I welcome along to the last council meeting of 2025. I will open with karakia. No mai ngā kōrero tau mai te wānanga kia marino ki tai, kia mahia kia uta, humie, huie, tai kia. Apologies, I don't think we have any. I think everyone is either present in the room or, in the case of Councillor Greening, online. So we no need for apologies. I will now move to the public forum. So we have two people registered to speak in the public forum. We have Rachel Moffat and Gavin Scobie. So I would like to ask Gavin if you'd like to go first. So both representing organisations, so they have 10 minutes. So Gavin, if you'd just like to come up to the table, push the button on one of those microphones, which will hopefully then kick into life and show a red button. Perfect. So you've got 10 minutes. I'll give you a ding at about 9 minutes if you happen to still be talking at that point. So over to you.
Kia ora koutou, ko Gavin Scobie, toko ingoa, no Tui aho. My name is Gavin Scobie, so good morning to you all. I come from Tui. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Tapawera Districts Community Council today about the Tapawera Hub project. So thank you for the opportunity to address the full council on the public forum. I think it's a good example of local democracy. So it's great to see that this council actually continues to do this. We see our comments today as complementary to those of Tapawera Connect, who will speak next. They'll focus more on the bigger picture. Well, we're talking primarily about the existing community centre, which TDCC manages on behalf of the community. Now, you may wonder why, when a site has already been chosen and we're heading towards the site behind the shops at Tapawera, we're talking about the existing building. It's partly because there was a meeting in Tapawera on Tuesday night where locals have finally begun to engage with the thing, and some of them want to use the existing building as the hub, and so we're talking to you about that. So the first point is seismic vulnerability. Back in 2021, the Community Council commissioned an initial seismic assessment of the existing building community centre, which assessed the centre as having a rating of 25% of new building standard. The review identified a significant life safety hazard and also recommended carrying out a detailed seismic assessment. Because it was suggested to the committee at one point that there might be local funding available to purchase the building and maintain it, and because clarity was needed for decision making about the community centre's future, the TDCC a few months back paid for a detailed seismic assessment. It said the results of the DSA indicate the building seismic rating to be approximately 20% of new building standard, with the critical structural weakness identified as the capacity of the unreinforced concrete and unreinforced masonry wall connections into the timber diaphragm. Therefore, this is a Grade D building following the New Zealand Society of Earthquake Engineering grading scheme. Grade D buildings present a risk to occupants of approximately 10 to 25 times greater than that expected for a new building, indicating a high risk to life safety. The proposed changes, I'm sure you're aware of, that the government is intending to make to the earthquake prone building system, do nothing to change that life safety risk. In the extreme weather mid-year that we experienced, initially emergency relief operations in Tapawera shifted twice in response to the changing situation and ended up at the community centre. In the future, without a new hub, the community would be forced to continue using the community centre, the existing one, for emergency relief. Even if few or no people were injured in a major seismic event, if the community centre failed, we'd be left with no suitable building to run emergency relief operations. Now, the risk has been brought into sharp relief now that the centre's insurers have informed TDCC that they will no longer provide cover for natural disasters. And he learnt this towards the end of last week. As is required under our insurance duty of disclosure, when renewing centre insurance, TDCC supplied FMG with the DSA. Their response was, after further review from my team, we are no longer able to provide natural disaster cover. This is due to the building being assessed at a 20% new building standard and considered earthquake prone. FMG can consider reinstating natural hazard cover upon confirmation of earthquake strengthening and an engineering report confirming an NBS above 34% at the building's weakest point. Now, in the interest of transparency and trying to ensure that the community has up-to-date relevant information, we've shared this information along with the DSA, which can be found on the community website. Despite now having the DSA, some people still refuse to acknowledge the safety risk, and we have people supporting continuing to use the existing building, saying it has survived 2 major earthquakes and claiming it will be fine for future seismic events. Against that is that we are regularly warned that an Alpine Fault Force 8 magnitude seismic event is overdue. The second point we want to make is the inadequacy of the current community centre. Regular or frequent users of the community centre recognise the inadequacy for its long-term use as a community hub, and they support the new hub. Few, if any, of the more vocal hub opponents are ever seen in the community centre, except for meetings, and few, if any, are seen engaging as community volunteers. The current committee feels that the opposition from people who rarely, if ever, use the community centre and may have little use for it, for a new hub, should not deprive members of the community who need, value, or have use for a new hub. So among the inadequacies of the community centre for long-term use as a community hub that have been noted, among them, it only has 1 toilet. It has no shower. It has no hot running water. It is a very cold building. The larger heat pump is poorly situated at the end of the main corridor away from the most used areas. The wood burner struggles to heat the area that is most used. The meeting room heat pump is effective, but only heats that room. It is too cold for emergency sleeping arrangements. It has no soundproofing for private conversations, for distressed people, or for meetings, and is not suitable for running workshops. Within a limited budget, the TDCC has kept up essential maintenance on the community centre, and some moves have been made to improve the current building. The main room has been painted and another interior door added to the op shop. In collaboration with Tapawera Connect, the meeting room has been painted, refurnished, and a heat pump for that room installed. The existing building, subject to finding funding, especially for remedial strengthening work to make it safe, may well have its future as a historic feature of Tapawera, but it is incapable of being a long-term solution to the needs of Tapawera. Its future is a significant concern for some community members, and we acknowledge that. The building is valued. There was a very useful community meeting, as I said, on Tuesday evening that 3 councillors attended, and a further one planned. Any decisions about its future will be made with the community. But the hub and retaining the existing community centre are separate conversations. It should not be a case of either or old versus new. We can improve Tapawera without erasing its history. Something significant about our area that needs acknowledging is that we are a low socioeconomic area, and making a functioning and an effective, robust and resilient hub is especially important. From the hub feasibility study, the 2 areas of the Tasman district with the highest level of deprivation at decile 5 are shown as Golden Downs and Motueka. Tapawera village within the Golden Downs area has a high deprivation level of decile 9 and is surrounded by areas in decile 4 and 6. The study's demographic conclusion says Tapawera and surrounding Golden Downs area population is projected to largely remain the same over the next 25 years. However, the population, as with the rest of New Zealand, is expected to increase significantly in the 65 plus year age group. The Tapawera Hub feasibility study noted that the Tapawera community, having a New Zealand deprivation profile of 9, suggested that any facility development should cater for the social and health services that are and will be required to support this community. So the study concluded that there will be a requirement for facilities that are warm, accessible and with good acoustics. Increased demand for indoor recreation and social spaces by the 65 plus age group, along with associated activity and support services. Multi-use, inclusive and accessible spaces that enable a range of community services, from active recreation to social and health support services to ensure equitable support for the community. And the last point I want to make is that the new community hub for Tapawera District is not a nice to have. We all see comments at the moment that the local government should concentrate on core services and not so-called nice to haves. The current committee sees the planned new hub for Tapawera not as a nice to have, but as an essential missing part of the social fabric of Tapawera. One that will help the community be more cohesive and resilient for decades to come, focusing on community wellbeing, such as through enhancing connection and relationships, workshops, services, and clubs. Tapawera district is easily isolated in natural disaster events. In the extreme weather events early this year, Tapawera was heavily impacted, with the main access routes along the Motueka Valley Highway, State Highway 6 over Spooners and State Highway 6 at Motueka all cut, as was the usual storm access route through Dovedale to Wakefield. Building a new community centre is an investment in Tapawera for the future. We accept that local government needs to be fiscally prudent, but we also see that it has a role in helping to build community. Now, there are plenty of examples of the Tasman District Council doing exactly that, which is great. And we encourage you to keep on that path, not only for our community, but for others across Tasman. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gavin. And next up, we have Rachel Moffat.
Hello, Gavin. Thank you. Guys. Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Rachel Moffat and I'm here with Tapawera Connect. Tapawera Connect exists to ensure our rural community is not left behind. We don't claim to represent every voice, but we do advocate for our kids in rangatahi, for families raising the next generation, for seniors who built the place, for newcomers making Tapawera their home, and for long-time locals who have kept the heart of this community beating. Tapawera Connect grew from a simple but powerful need. After COVID, isolation hit our rural area, arguably harder than most. We're already physically far from services and support, and that time made it clear that the community needed to look after one another and connect. Neighbours helping neighbours, community stepping up for community. Tapawera Connect was created to support that spirit, to help people stay connected, bring ideas to life, and make sure opportunities don't pass us just because we're rural. And I want to be really clear about this. We live there too. Our whānau growing up there. We want the best for Tapawera. We have a strong community plan built by locals, and the hub responds directly to what people have asked for. The current centre is not meeting the needs of today, and Gavin's talked to that already. This hub is not about nice to haves. It's about catching up to needs that already exist, not creating new ones. This hub is an investment in youth having safe spaces and services closer to home, seniors staying connected and well, families accessing help without a 45 to 90-minute drive, which was the highest ranking priority in our community planning and surveys. Community groups having reliable, modern, fit-for-purpose spaces, and most poignantly, emergency resilience, especially during storms and events where we become more isolated. We've recently had a conversation with Cancer Society Nelson Tasman, who are supporters of a fit-for-purpose space. Barbara Kotua, the marketing coordinator, commented, Cancer Society Nelson Tasman would greatly benefit from a warm, private, fit-for-purpose room at the Tapawera Community Hub. At present, our appointments and support groups are held in the fire station, which, while appreciated, is not suitable long-term space for confidential or sensitive discussions. Many of the people we support are unable to travel long distances due to health, treatment side effects, or limited transport options. Having access to a dedicated space within the hub would allow our team to provide local, confidential support, reduce travel barriers, and ensure whānau and Tapawera can access essential wellbeing services closer to home. You can probably say the same for many other organisations like Hospice, Te Piki Oranga, Safeguarding Children, Nelson Bay's Primary Health, Brain Injury Association, Women's Support Motueka, Oranga Tamariki. These are all organisations that would benefit from having this space. Those services want to support Tapawera and its residents, but we need to be able to host them. This project is already backed by significant central government investment through the DIA Community-Led Development Program. And this funding doesn't stay in Tapawera if the project stalls. It will be relocated to another community. And if we walk away, it sends a message and sets a precedent that rural investment's too hard, that small places are too complicated, and that rural wellbeing can wait, and we don't accept that. Tapawera has momentum and we must keep moving. We acknowledge that the site decision has been contentious. This means people care, and that's good. But it is important to be clear, many residents signed a petition against the location, not the hub. A full feasibility process showed the chosen site is the most practical, the most cost-effective, the closest to infrastructure and services, and a site that maximises community benefit. Choosing another site would mean more money, more delays, and provide less function. Those are the facts, and they're backed by engineering, planning, financial assessments. We welcome feedback. We want to keep hearing it and continue to work with the community. Disagreement is not division, it is engagement. And we ask that the ongoing process continues to share information openly, invite meaningful feedback, adapt where possible, and communicate clearly and frequently. Our ask today is a respectful request that Council continue progressing the Tapawera Community Hub as planned and communicate clearly with the community on the confirmed site and the reasoning for choosing it, the funding model, rate implications, and how locals can help shape the design and purpose. Also, to affirm that rural communities deserve equal access to community services. We're not asking for special treatment, just equal opportunity for our community. This project is about people, not buildings. It's about giving every resident, from Glenhope to Stanley Boat, from Tadmore to Tapawera Township, somewhere safe to connect, to access support, gather, and to grow. We want a hub that reflects strong rural identity, a place that protects what is important now and prepares us for what's coming next. A hub for our community, by our community, for today's generation and for the ones still to come. Kia ora, thank you for your time and for supporting the future of rural Tasman. We also have a wee video. I didn't do the slides, but there was a wee video. I don't know if you got, I don't know, who's got, there's a wee video. Oh, it's over there. Sorry, you're running the show there. Just between. This is all based on the consultation that was done prior to getting here. Summary of the consultation so far, and hopefully a video with a whole bunch of locals' faces. Nope. Cool. There is a video somewhere. You guys can
feel free to send the video, or if you have already sent it and we find it, we'll circulate it to councillors post now. So
I have created a web page as well on the Tapawera community site that I will aim to email to everyone, just with some supporting documents and a form that you can contact us if you want to know more.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Thank you. And thanks to everybody who's taken the time to come in and support those who have been speaking on your behalf this morning. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. Right, at this point, we will move on to the agenda. So are there any declarations of interest in relation to any of the items on today's agenda? If not, there are no late items. So we have the confirmation of minutes from the meeting held the 13th of November. Someone prepared to move they are a true and correct record. Councillor Kinnemont, Councillor Mailing, all those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. We'll now move on to the agenda. So the first item we have is the delegations register. And Leith and Robin. And Steve. No, Leith and Robin. Yeah, all good. Leith and Robin, welcome. I will hand over to Robin, who's going to lead the discussion on this item.
Kia ora koutou. Firstly, I'd just like to mention some minor amendments that will be tabled. You will notice an amended recommendation. We've had feedback from the Motuata community ward members, the community board, and confirmation from the chair that the cycle for their board meetings, they would like to change to be monthly. So we've included an amendment in this recommendation. Couple of other minor amendments that we've made to the register following the publication, just for clarification or fixing up typos. The Golden Bay Rec Park Management Committee was recorded as reporting to the Operations Committee. That, of course, now is the Environment, Regulatory and Operations Committee. And with the community board's terms of reference, there was a minor error that was actually a historic error with regards to their approving design and location of playground equipment, etc. It was recorded as saying more than 10,000, but it actually should be saying not more than 10,000. It aligns with the budget for special projects. The Chief Executive Officer Review Committee, for clarification, there were some questions raised about objectives, KPIs, etc. So for clarification, where we've referred to the performance agreement, this is actually objectives and KPIs. So we have included that in the terms of reference, just for clarity. Apart from that, we'll take the report as read. Any questions?
So you've got obviously one change there. Can we see the other changes that Robin referred to?
Although they probably haven't been tabled as yet.
Okay.
They're in the K drive.
So I think probably the one of most interest is just a clarification around the CEO performance wording, which I know was asked by one councillor at least, and then the response has been provided back. So just seeing that particular section would probably be quite useful.
Thanks, guys. That's it. Just go for date modified and it should be there. No, that's not the one. The title is minor amendments. Oh. I dropped that in this morning. Could I just read it out perhaps?
Yes.
Yeah, lovely. Okay, great. Oh, the other thing that we did change on that, we admitted to call it a committee. It is a committee. So, so negotiate, review objectives and the key performance indicators of the CEO. Previously, it was just performance indicators of the CEO. And to recommend to the council and the annual performance agreement, in brackets, added objectives and key performance indicators, comma, performance assessment and remuneration review for the CEO each year for adoption.
Okay. Thank you. So is there anything further you would like to add before I open it up for questions, comments or feedback? Councillor Mailing? I will make some notes.
Well, I'm happy to move this. We spent quite a bit of time workshopping it, and then there's been these minor amendments, and I think they're relatively minor, and we should just go forward. And if I look at that delegations, it's quite detailed, and I thought if there is anything that isn't quite perfect, we can change it in the future. Simple as that. Thank you.
Okay, so it's been moved, Councillor Mailing. Is there a seconder?
You're happy to second, and likewise, thank you for confirming the Motueka Community Board change.
Okay, thank you. So it's been moved and seconded. So in order. So I've got Councillor Woods, Councillor McNamara, Councillor Butler, Councillor Walker, and Councillor Greening. Councillor Woods.
Thank you, Tim. Through the Mayor. I want to firstly thank you for your prompt attention to the matters I raised, and I appreciate it. It doesn't go unnoticed. I have one query. There was a point made about ring fencing the long-term plan as part of the delegation on the procurement committee, and it was corrected in correspondence but not mentioned now. That was the difference between and or between the annual plan and the long-term plan. Thank you.
Robin and or Leith.
Microphone, please.
Yeah, that's all right, Mark. There's nothing happening.
Okay.
You're not missing out. There's just actually nothing being said.
Okay, good.
There is much furious tapping on keyboards.
While we're waiting for this, are we going to move systematically through it, or are we just taking councillors one by one and then they move systematically through it?
So it's been moved and seconded. So we're taking councillors one by one.
Sweet.
And we will get to you 4 people's time. Can I just clarify your point, Councillor Woods?
So we were seeking to ring fence the long-term plan from acting solely as authorising the delegations for financial, and the previous wording had been annual plan or long-term plan, meaning the long-term plan could individually act to authorise. So the question was whether, and it came back, you were happy to substitute or with and.
Yeah. And that was a conversation we had, yes.
Yes.
And so it now reads
And. Yeah, it is in the. Yeah.
Right, thank you. Anything further, Councillor Woods? Thank you very much. Councillor McNamara.
Thank you, Mayor. So we're authorising the Chief Executive Officer or the delegate to update the delegations register as required by council resolutions, legislative changes, or minor administrative changes. Do these get reported through to council as they're being made?
So with regards to that, minor administrative changes, typos, things like that, no, won't be reported back. The other changes are from resolutions made by council, and those changes following the meeting will be made in the delegations register.
Yeah, typos. You're allowed to correct a spelling change?
Yes.
That's it?
I think minor administrative changes, it's a very low level. It's possibly, spelling changes, things for clarity, maybe. But yeah, it's very minor. It's but if you would like any changes to be brought back to the to council, happy to provide that.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks. Like spelling changes, perhaps I'm not worried about, but things for clarity. If there's not clarity in here and you're changing it, I'd quite like to know about that.
We'd probably have to have a discussion about the level that we would bring. Let's not
overthink it.
Yeah.
Just overthink it.
It's
we all accept spelling mistakes, punctuation or something. Ands and ors clearly have a very significant change, even though it's one word, it can make a substantive difference.
Totally
so
agree.
the expectation with any changes outside effectively spelling and punctuation come back to council for.
Absolutely.
So, right. Is that clear?
It's clear.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor McRae.
Another one, 14.1. The delegations register includes the council policy in relation to delegations. Is that?
Sorry, Councillor, are you able to refer to the page number?
No, because
you can't.
this is terrible. Page 9. 14.1. Because this system, you can't go to your annotations by clicking on them. It's hopeless. But the council's policy in relation to delegations, the council's policy, is that included in the delegations from what I'm reading? Is that right?
Yes, but you won't find that this is a separate policy on delegations. Essentially, the delegations register is the policy. Yeah, it's probably a little bit ambiguous, that wording.
I think that wording is quite ambiguous. Yeah, I'll just leave it there for the moment. Thank you. Or not. I'll move on to the Motueka airport. Is that good to go now? It's been folded into a previous committee's been folded into a joint thing now, which doesn't have any public input. Is that correct?
Through the chair, it never did. They're both they're operational committees. One was a health and safety, one was operational. They've been folded under our management committees. They have representatives from council on them, but they actually are operational and never did have requirements to be open to the public. I believe they allowed the public to attend, absolutely.
And they do not now?
They can continue, they can do what they like. They can continue to allow the public to attend if they wanted to have discussions that were confidential. I imagine that they would ask the public to leave.
Could we have it formalised that the public are allowed to attend unless there is something not worth That's
not really something that we would manage. It is an operational management committee. It's not required to have that level of instruction.
Just coming back to the first point in relation to the ambiguity in the wording of that one. Yep, so thank you. And then a second point that Councillor Mack, which was 14.1, which was in relation to the policy, effectively referred to a policy where in effect the delegations register is the policy. If that wording can be also clarified, because ambiguity is not ideal in delegations. So it's 14.1, page 9.
But that's just a section in the report.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in the covering report. So I don't think it needs to have a.
So there doesn't need to be any amendment.
Yeah.
Okay.
It would have clarification in the minutes.
Right. Okay. Anything further, Councillor McMurray? Thank you. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, through Chair. Yeah, just in regards to the Golden Bay Rec Park Management Committee that we've had discussions about before, if we pass this now, does this mean that the way that it is now is locked into place? Because it's really not really fit for purpose. It's the creature of legislation from the 1950s, as we know, and it's not, the rec centre doesn't actually feature as a stakeholder. And so if this is going to be, you know, they do work in lockstep, really, the centre and the rec park. And if the centre's not a stakeholder, I know that there is a problem that the rec park actually gives the lease to the centre. But what I'm concerned about is that if we vote this through now, are we actually locking in the structure that we've had for the last, since it was put in place, or can we do some changes?
Through the chair, you are locked in until you change it. That's the answer to that. I know that the Golden Pay Rep Park Management Committee is a creature of legislation. There are some conversations going on about whether we can change that legislation, but it's slow going. So at the moment, this is what we've got.
So, but the question is, can we rejig things within the legislation without actually having to change the legislation? That's what we've talked about before. Have we looked at that to see whether or not we can just maybe include the management of the rec centre in the stakeholders, for example? Or
from memory, the legislation is pretty specific around who is on that committee, but we can absolutely look at that further and see if we can add additional stakeholders. That's fine.
All right, so we'll take that further.
Okay, so we'll look at what room there is within the legislation, but I'm not sure there'll be a great appetite for going through trying to change legislation amongst everything else that we've got to grapple with. Okay, thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Just a point of clarification, going back to what Councillor McNamara said, Robin, around the Motueka aerodrome. Does that, so have I understood it that when that group gets together, whoever's chairing that, is it up to them to have the discretion as to whether they allow public into that meeting or not?
Yes, it is. Right. It always has been.
And so those meetings will be up on a calendar somewhere so that the wider community would be made aware of the meetings?
These are not public meetings. So
no, I know that, but you're saying the public are allowed to attend. So how would they know to attend if we don't know?
The committee, I think, with regards to the when they're held, you will find that they're actually included in our register today. That's up for adoption, and I'm unsure of how they manage the notification of those meetings, but we could find out.
Yeah, it would be quite good to have some clarity around that. Thank you. I have a few other questions. I'm not actually too sure if this sits under this part of the agenda. So it's around the committee structure and naming, which is on page 29 of the first draft report. Are we all right for me to continue? Okay, so you've got the, yeah, okay. So the Joint Regional Sewerage Committee, JRSC, and the Joint Regional Landfill Committee, JRLC, have all those two committees, for as long as I've been a councillor, have been business units. And so from what I'm reading here, they're no longer a business unit, but they're a committee.
They were never a business unit.
Nelson Tasman Regional Business Unit was what I attended, and that's the paperwork and everything that's been delivered previously.
Leith can answer, but fundamentally, the joint committee is what they are legally. Business unit was a name they were known by for an extensive period of time, but this much better reflects their actual legal status.
Yeah, nothing further to add to that.
So there's no changes in the terms of reference, but there would be a change for when the website calls it a business unit. We'd have to go through and implement all those changes at some kind of cost.
That's a very good point. I don't think there's a significant cost to changing the names, but the key thing is this actually reflects their legal status, which is joint committees of council.
Right. I just find it a little odd as a person who's been on that business unit, one of them, for some time that there's no conversation. This is how we found out. But anyway, thank you. If it aligns, it makes the process easier. My only other question, if I may, through you, Mayor, is when we talk about the iwi liaison, does that include our Māori ward councillor in on that mahi, or is that a standalone thing on its own with you and the CEO?
That was an appointment made at the last meeting, and so council has already resolved those appointments.
And so we're formally responsible on behalf of the council for that liaison / relationship, myself and the CEO. The Māori ward member is another member of the council, and clearly we all have a responsibility to participate, input, but the responsibility firmly sits with myself and Leonie. Anything further, Councillor Walker? Councillor Greening.
Thank you. Just before I jump in to the list of questions I have, just responding to a few that have already been made. It's unfortunate we maybe didn't include the word Nelson Regional Joint Committee rather than just Joint Committee, just to give it some regional branding. So I just make that observation. Otherwise, people citing the Joint Committee won't know where it's from if we're citing it outside of the region. But anyway, I'll leave that aside. Missed opportunity, but at least the naming is consistent. I just want to work through a number of questions I had. Some may have already mentioned the Māori iwi liaison, so I'll come to that in due course. But just working through the list, and I've circulated it this morning. My first question is in relation to the purpose, page 15. And there's already been some acknowledgement that it refers to policies. And I believe the legislation used to use the same words, or uses the same words that the previous policy used to have. So it appears that the wording has changed in the purpose statement on page 15. And that wording change wasn't recorded in the record of changes that I could see. The purpose no longer refers to policies, procedures, and delegations relating to decision making, which is the wording that was also used in the legislation. So I'm just asking why we have changed that, and can the public still make requests that the delegation register be made available, even if the purpose wording has changed?
Please.
Through the chair, Councillor Greening, could you clarify what legislation you're referring to?
Section 21, Lagona.
Of Lagoima, okay. I mean, this is a public document. There is always the opportunity for members of the public to request it. The latest version is always on our website. And if under section 21, a member of the public is concerned about a decision made by a committee or council, that will usually be recorded in the council's minutes or the report going to council. So I don't quite see your point.
Well, my point is we've just removed the wording policies, procedures, and delegations from the purpose statement, and I'm trying to understand what the consequence of that is.
From my perspective, none.
None?
That's a clarification.
Okay, so there's no change in interpretation from what occurred before, from the removal of these words.
That is the fairly unequivocal answer that we've received from Leith, yes.
Yeah, just clarifying that from Leith. Okay, fantastic. That's good to know. Second question, ambiguity. This was raised also in workshops. This is page 17. And it was raised that the interpretation needs to be qualified with the discretion being exercised reasonably. But that hasn't appeared in the wording. So I'm just wondering what the story is there.
Through the chair, I don't recall. I mean, well, again, I suppose I would remind Councillor Green that decisions aren't made at workshops.
That's right,
So,
absolutely. But directions are made. Directions are made, and we did make that direction.
Can you just let Leith, when you ask a question, if you just wouldn't mind letting Leith finish the answer to the question?
Sorry, I thought he was pausing, that was all.
Yeah, he was pausing. You don't jump in at every pause. So,
thank you. I think the question the councillor asked was, should there be the wording reasonably added to this section? And I guess my view would be that is something that could be done by amendment, but thus far we wouldn't want to go through we could go through and add reasonably to every delegation of authority or power in this register, but I suspect it would get even more unwieldy than it currently is.
I think the issue was raised in particular for this exercise of delegation and on interpretation and ambiguity, and it was raised, and you did undertake in the meeting to add those words reasonably, and I took notes on it because I raised the question. So if we could add that by amendment, I'm happy to move that amendment.
And I guess all I can say, Councillor Greening, is I apologise that our recollection differs on that. Sorry.
That's all right. There's a few that seem to differ. So through the chair, do I need to move an amendment here? Do we need to, because I have a few more, do we want to pause this? Do we want to let staff maybe go away and have a bit of a think about the appropriate wording that they may want to add?
no, not necessarily. Let's just keep track of your list of potential changes.
Yeah.
And rather than do everything by individual amendment, if we get to the point where there needs to be an amendment, we'll consider it at that point in time.
So just to make it clear, this email was circulated before the workshop as well.
So which email?
So I raised a number of issues before the workshop. This was the ambiguity one. It's in the email, and I raised it in the workshop. So
yeah, as you know, we don't make decisions in workshops. Or
I know, but we're kicking the tires and raising issues that staff may want to bring back to this.
Noted.
Yes.
But this is where we make decisions. So
no, but we do
if you keep working through your list of concerns.
Through the chair, could I actually ask Councillor Greening, on the section on ambiguity, whereabouts would you want the word reasonable included?
I'd need to go back to my original email that I circulated with. I think I suggested some wording. But it needs to be when they're exercising that discretion, which will be final and binding, that it is a reasonable interpretation.
So what is reason? So just out of interest, and not to drag this out, but the definition of reasonable?
Yes, that's one that's applied by the courts, yes. Rather than, which is currently how it reads, rather than completely arbitrary. At the moment, you could interpret a white dog to be a black cat, and that would be final and binding. So I think the interpretation needs to be reasonable where there's ambiguity. Ideally,
look, Councillor Greening, so we've noted your concern. So this is in relation, I presume, to item 7.2 contained on page, whatever page it was.
Yes.
So we'll come back, and if you move an amendment, you'll have to be very specific about where you want the word reasonably inserted.
Well, while I'm working through, maybe staff could look to do that, because they did undertake to do that in the workshop.
Right. So yep. Next.
Warrants, page 20. Normally, it's best practice for 2 signatories for a warrant. There's only one, the CEO. And I raised in workshop that Wellington City Council had undertaken a review in this area and staff would go away and look at that. But again, this doesn't appear to have appeared in this version. So if they decide not to do that, why have they maintained the current status?
Through the chair, look, I did look at this. I haven't looked at what Wellington City Council has done, but I am comfortable that having the chief executive signature on the warrants is legally robust.
Oh, I'm sure it is. But the question that was raised in the workshop was, is this best practice? Best practice, which seems to suggest 2 signatories are required, CEO and someone else.
Through the chair, I am not aware of that actually being best practice. I'm aware that Wellington City Council does it. I don't necessarily think that means it's best practice.
Not sure Wellington City Council is the poster child for best practice for anything much.
Well, I think their review acknowledged that it was best practice and that's why they were adopting it.
Okay, thank you for raising that point, Councillor Greening. Next.
Will staff be looking to make an amendment to that particular area?
It doesn't appear so.
All right. Okay, so we're ignoring best practice. Iwi liaison, Murray Ward Councillor. It's kind of been suggested or answered already, but my question was, why are we not putting a Murray Ward Councillor in there, given it's an easy liaison?
Because for a very good reason. The Māori Ward Councillor is a purpose of election. To all intents and purposes, the elected member is another elected member. They are no different. They don't have a special responsibility for that particular component just because that's who elected them. Just like someone from the Lakes Murchison Ward doesn't have a specific rural responsibility because they happen to have been elected by them. They are a general councillor like everybody else. That is the reason, and hence the responsibility for that relationship sits with myself and Leonie. Leonie at a management level to interact with the CEs of the key, that relationship, and my relationship is at a governance level. That is both the expectation of those people who we engage with and the best practice.
Well, I just think that we're missing an opportunity to include someone who actually is elected and represents the Maori community.
Just to be clear, the purpose, the method of election and who we represent is very clearly laid out when you swear your oath. You don't represent, you represent the region as a whole. That is your job. And it is no different for the ward member elected, for those on the Māori roll, than it is for anybody else post the election result.
Okay, I will leave it there if the Murray Ward Councillor wants to raise it or drill in any further, but I do think we're missing an opportunity to have good engagement through our Murray Ward Councillor. I moved to the diagram on page 26, the structural diagram. Again, I think feedback was given and some minor modifications have been made here, but again, they really didn't respond to the concerns, which is the information forum still sits underneath these 2 committees, and it's acknowledged that they are not a formal committee at all, so really should be sitting under other. And in the diagram, the dotted lines are not explained, which I think is needs to be.
Through the chair, the information forum is a standing committee. Council can form a standing committee, name it whatever it likes, and it does not have to actually have decision-making powers. So in this instance, this is a standing committee with no decision-making powers.
Okay, so page 48 says the forum is not a formal committee. So something needs to change.
Yeah, we can have a look at that. Yeah, we could actually, in the terms of reference, we could perhaps refine that to explain it as a standing committee of council with no decision-making powers. Would that be helpful?
That would be very helpful.
Okay, will do.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rowan.
Next one, the advisory group, page 36. Again, I thought in the discussions in the workshop, I thought we had decided that it read more like a project plan and wouldn't be carried into this document, which is delegations register. Just wondering what happened here.
Could you repeat that, please?
The advisory group, Waimea South, during workshop discussions, it was pointed out it read more like a project plan, and I thought the undertaking was to remove it, given it really didn't contain many delegations.
that one, we are still trying to get to the bottom of that with regards to the appointment. I think initially we had it that it was actually a trust, and that wasn't quite correct. So it is actually a project group, and it has still has the delegations reporting to council. But yeah, and in the future, if we can, I'm just trying to get some more clarification on that as to whether it could be removed, and we think it could.
Yes, in the workshop,
until we
it was
actually
suggested it could be removed.
Yes, that's right.
It's still here.
Yeah, still officers have pretty much been very, very busy, and we haven't been able to get a good confirmation as to how this is now operating and how best to manage it. So in the future,
if I can
we
kind
can
of
bring
clarify,
that back.
so
Yeah.
at the moment it remains in.
Yes.
And insofar as it's better to leave it in,
Absolutely.
In terms of covering any issues.
Yeah.
And you will report back to us if it needs to be taken out. It'll be taken out.
Absolutely.
With the agreement of council.
Would a better approach
at a future point in time?
Would a better approach be to remove it so that it's motivated to come back in a more precise manner rather than
probably not
forgotten?
I think that is more risky if there is indeed some delegation or some responsibility that we are not 100% clear on. So it's better to leave it in and then take it out when we are clear, in my view.
Right. Well, again, this should have been done before this meeting, but anyway. Strategy and Finance Committee, appointment of advisor, page 45. Trying to get clarity around why their role is still being appointed and to what, the committee. I don't think the wording needs to be there. I think an independent advisor may provide specialist advice to the committee as required, may be the more appropriate wording.
Through the chair, thanks, Councillor Greening. Yep, I agree. Happy to take that out.
Okay. And I merely note that because you've then used appointment down in the audit where it implies that they are part of the committee, so it does need to come out. The CEO review, page 63, refers to negotiate. I'm just trying to get my head around this because it feels like it's a cart before horse situation. So perhaps you could clarify exactly what point is negotiation occurring before or after council approve anything?
Through the chair, that is the purpose of the committee, to actually negotiate terms and review the contract. When you're looking at the employment, when you're looking at employing a chief executive, one thing you would be doing is actually having external advice. That's what the committee that's who the committee would work with to look at the terms that they want, and then they would be bringing that to council.
Okay, I just want to make sure, just want to make sure that the word negotiate is not interpreted like the word set to imply approve, which neither set nor negotiation imply.
Through the chair, are you referring to the responsibilities and powers 2.2, negotiate, review objectives and the performance of the chief executive?
Yeah. So I just think I just want to get clarity that any negotiation is not binding until council have approved things, because everything should be recommendatory from the review.
That's correct.
That is correct.
Yep. So I just want to make sure that everyone is on board with what we're interpreting here, because we've seen in previous cases where the word set is
look, Mark, you've got the answer.
I know, I'm just making
the agreement is with you. You've now been speaking for going on 20 minutes. So just
there's a lot
if you get the answer to the question, then, and particularly if it agrees with you, can you just move on to the next question?
Right. Okay, joint committee. I just want to make an observation here. And I want to make it also in the context of Saxon, which I will come to. But I do feel that other than the FDS and Saxon filled alcohol policy, which is why these powers came about, hasn't really produced very good results and has allowed a gerrymandering across councils on those two particular issues, which in my opinion has never produced good results. And I think moving back,
so Councillor Greening, if you have a specific question, I don't want to get into, it's not your opinion or your view. This is not here to espouse whether you agree or not with the decisions that were made by joint council. So whether they were good decisions or not, I know you didn't agree with them, but that was the decision of joint council. There's no gerrymandering. It is simply a vote, and a majority of people supported it. So if you'd just like to move on with your specific question.
So this is not a question. I assume we're also debating issues as well, right? Because I don't get a second bite at this. So I'm just debating the fact that it was gerrymandering because initially the separate councils couldn't agree. One agreed, one didn't, and therefore it didn't happen. And it was only by bringing the councils together that the numbers stacked up for a particular result. And I think that gerrymandering shouldn't be endorsed. So I just want to note that I'm not supportive of the way that these powers have been used to gerrymander particular issues. And I think it's better for council's own independence not to be bound by Nelson councillors if we get outnumbered, say all of Nelson agree on something and 3 councillors here agree on something and we're forced then to be bound by it. That's my concern with delegating.
Okay, so that
powers.
point
And
is
also,
noted. You've made that clear. Next.
Yeah. And the FDS is also expiring, so I don't see why we need to continue.
So for clarity, the FDS is expiring and we're going into a new legislative framework that will require joint planning between Nelson and Tasman, as current legislation does for the FDS process. So our spatial planning will continue to be done collectively. And yes, that does throw up the odd challenge in terms of the overlap between the two democratically elected bodies, but we'll just have to work through that in due course under the new legislation, should it pass.
Yeah. So I made that point. Sexton Field, page 85, clause 14. The tour appears to suggest that the separate councils have to separately approve, not the joint committee.
That's correct.
So we're doing it here, but not for other things. What's the reasoning there?
Through the chair, all of the joint committees would, unless the joint committee includes it in their delegations, all of the joint committees do report to the separate councils. I think you'll find in the newly named regional sewage business unit, I was going to say, committee, yeah, and the landfill in their establishment deeds, they also refer to the individual councils.
Yes, I do get the impression that those deeds are quite old, given the way that they're structured compared to all the other different documents as well.
They are indeed. That is a good observation. They are quite old.
And the observation was made in the workshop that this might be the opportunity to tidy them up and modernise them, but that appears to not have happened.
And so, yes, you are correct. That hasn't happened. And so, yes, should we wish to go through and modernise them at some point, that will come back to the council for a future decision.
Yep. So
both councils for a future decision.
Okay. So I think that we should take up that opportunity just for consistency, because there are some inconsistencies. Can I also ask, and it's another inconsistency, why are clause 15 and 16 included, but similar clauses are not included for other committees?
Through the chair, sorry, Councillor Greening, what are you referring to?
So below page 85, on page 85, below clause 14, there's clause 15 and 16.
Yeah. No,
it refers to updating and changing, but no other committee delegations appear to include those clauses, which I thought was I assume
through the chair, that's historical. These are, joint terms of reference that have been prepared by both Nelson and Tasman councils, and those terms of reference were just rolled over essentially. With regards to Saxonfield, the only change was the independent chair that was removed. If we can remove those, just for clarification, I don't see there's any issue about retaining that.
Well, again, it would be good to pursue some standardisation across these terms of reference just for consistency.
I agree.
Yeah. Okay. So you'll come back with a plan on that, I assume, according to all the other statements I've made on consistency as well.
Through the chair, we would love to be able to tidy up the deeds and all the stuff that sits behind these business committees. That is a long-term piece of work, and in the event that we get agreement from Nelson to do that, then we will absolutely bring something back to this council.
So we will be approaching Nelson on that issue.
We've already talked with Nelson on that issue, and as Les says, it is a long-term thing. It does take a lot of work to refine these, and in fact, yeah, it's something that it's a project we would both like to work on. Resource is generally the issue when you're talking about these things.
Okay, thank you. Anything further, Councillor Greening?
Yeah, just two more. The deliberative vote, again, this is an inconsistency, but it's mentioned in page 79, 6.8, but it's not mentioned anywhere else. So does that mean the chair doesn't have a deliberative vote for all the other committees?
Through the chair, I believe that's the Regional Transport Committee that you're referring to, which is established under the Land Transport Act as well. So perhaps that's actually pulled through from that act. All of the committees are subject to the standing orders of the administering council.
Right. So is this something we need to clarify? Because again, someone could turn around and look at across these and go, well, it's mentioned here, but not mentioned there, so therefore they don't have one.
Again, that's probably a refinement that we could be looked at when we look at all of them.
Fantastic. And finally, before we come back to some amendments, just some typographical corrections. I'm assuming these are typographical. Page 99 and 100 don't appear to have para numbers next to a paragraph. They just start without a paragraph number. And on page 34, paragraphs 2.20 and 2.21 appear to be a split single para, but treated as two separate paras. But
through the chair, thanks, Councillor Greening. We'll have a look at that.
Right. So coming back then, so we've got some amended words for the appointment of the advisor.
Yeah, it's been removed.
Oh, it's just been removed. Can I see the wording now?
Must be so much easier.
Through the chair, I think that wording might be a little incorrect. Can I just check on that, please?
I think you just actually have to remove the whole reference.
You remove the
whatever
letters to a point.
Yep.
Sorry, Kelsey, are you able to make that highlighting in a different colour? It's actually quite hard to read. Thanks. Yeah, 5.2 is also fine.
So those first three things can be pretty much agreed by I would have thought by the mover and seconder. So if they're happy with the first, like 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3,
yeah,
because generally I think that reflects the conversation. So no, I'm not talking about 2.4. I'm talking about 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3.
Yeah.
Right. So the mover and seconder are happy with the alterations.
The other one was
which leaves 2.4, Councillor Greening, which is adding the word reasonably,
before
which the mover and seconder don't seem inclined to support, so you'll have to move an amendment.
Right. So I think it's not so much reasonably binding. It's and I suppose I'd probably put something in around the uncertainty or dispute as to who has the delegated authority to act in respect of a particular matter. And then the mayor will, and then I probably put in here, interpret the ambiguity reasonably and decide.
Thank you. That's your suggestion. That's your amendment. Is that what you're moving?
That is what I am moving.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
Sorry, through the chair. So the wording for 2.3, could we please say refer to the Strategy, Performance and Operations Committee 5.2. Remove the words appointed, be appointed. So it would now read, an independent advisor may provide specialist advice as required. So if we remove be appointed to.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, that's fine. So it's been seconded. I don't want to go into a massive debate about this. We've now been half an hour. So unless there's any very key points anyone wishes to make, I think everyone's clear about what Councillor Greening's attempting to achieve.
I just have one matter about the ambiguity. I mean, we need clarity, that paragraph to address that.
Correct.
But the council should be informed of any decision in regard to that matter.
Yeah, so if the mayor exercises his ambiguity fixing responsibility, that the council's informed as to what the decision was to resolve that I am 100% happy with.
Sorry,
Through the chair, there is another option to address that, is that if there is not clarity on what committee the report would go to, perhaps it could simply say that it goes directly to council.
That'll be so much easier than amending this clause.
Yeah.
So just take the whole thing out. Everything can come back to council. So if there's any ambiguity, you can all decide how to resolve it. It's brilliant.
We reread that.
Nice and simple. Righto. Yeah, well, yes, exactly. It will take a lot more time than doing it individually, but time doesn't seem to be a particular issue for.
So what I am trying to achieve.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Greening?
Well, I'm going to explain the wording before I agree with anything.
Can we?
The wording I'm trying to instill is that when you are interpreting something, you must turn your mind to it being reasonable. If that then triggers you to go, I need a legal opinion.
Yep. Thank you very much, Councillor Greening. I understand what you're trying to achieve.
I don't think we need to come back to council.
Rather than leaving me in a position of having to determine what's reasonable and going through it all and reporting back to council and running the risk that you don't agree with me, I suspect it would be much easier if there's something that's very unclear, it will be reported back to council and we can all collectively decide what's reasonable interpretation. Thank you. So is the mover and seconder happy to include do we just need to remove that entire section, or do you need to consciously state that ambiguity will be decided by council?
I think it would be best to still include that. Leith might have some comments on that. Yep. So if I read it out for you, in the event of ambiguity or conflict between any of the provisions contained in the delegations register, with the result that there is uncertainty or dispute as to who has the delegated authority to act in respect of a particular matter, the matter will be brought to council. Something along those lines. Yeah.
So effectively, that is the last three words on the existing.
The matter be brought to council. So removing reference to the mayor deciding in consultation with the chief executive. Yeah.
Look.
Yeah. Removing. Yeah.
Councillor Ellis.
Can I just get some clarification? So does that mean that if something comes up, we're not sure which committee it's going to go to, we have to wait until the next council meeting before we can move forward on it and get a decision?
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yep. That is correct.
Correct.
Honestly, I can never remember this happening.
No.
This is what baffles me about this whole conversation. So much of this 100 pages of stuff, I don't remember in goodness knows ever being asked as mayor to determine the ambiguity of where something went. We're spending an inordinate amount of time on something which I genuinely don't believe is likely to occur. Mr. Mayor, I'll come to Councillor Morgan. So, Robin, if you get the wording clear with Kelsey, because clearly it's not clear currently.
And I will
Councillor
then,
Morgan.
before we part here, I assume this is what you're moving, because I will then forewarn my change, which is the wording I had suggested.
Yep, you're good as gold.
Mr. Chair, just before we complete this, the execution of documents. Obviously, this organisation has a lot of documents and there's a lot of signing processes.
There is.
Do we maintain a deed register? Which is asking what practice is.
Through the chair, I'm not aware of a register of deeds being executed. Yeah.
Well, it's a normal practice when you fix a seal to be able to track all documents related to the seal. I know it's not formally in the Companies Act, but we have a process of seal. And I think it's important that we do have a register. And so in regard to this too, it should be quite clear who's responsible for the documentation and its management.
Please.
Through the chair, that's a really good suggestion for a process improvement that we will look at.
Yeah, I just make a note.
So, make a note.
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of really quick ones. Just on that note, can that updates to that be a part of the machineries resolution report thing? We not have
no, we don't now. So
can we have an equivalent in the information forum of what used to be machinery resolutions?
Can we just leave it, because I think it's all wrapped up in the same conversation as Councillor Morgan's raised in terms of how we track, or is there a register of all the, because there is, as he correct, like an absolute plethora of things assigned that used to be in the machineries resolution, which was received, because they've all been signed obviously prior to. So I think if it's wrapped up into the same conversation, and how best to make that available can be included in the work.
Yep. But that wasn't the only thing in the machinery resolutions, was it? Like we had leases and...
Yeah, but it's all the same thing. It's all signed under the... all signed deeds, leases, I
appreciate if that can come to the information forum at some point.
Even if it's a quarterly, or it's available somewhere, we'll leave that to the staff to come back with.
Yep, happy with that. Back on the consistency thing, the NRS... I know. The rubbish committee and sewage committee, one has must have an iwi appointment and the other one may have an iwi appointment. Now I understand that's because one of them we've had trouble filling, but the consistency would say if at some point we lose.
That's 100% key point, because Mayor Smith raised it and I thought we'd change that to both be May.
Microphone, please.
I thought we'd agreed to change them both to be May.
So the information we received from Nelson, who drafted those, was just the one?
I think that's supposed to both be May for consistency and to ensure that, because if there is an issue with being able to get somebody, it doesn't leave any decision making at risk because somebody challenged it on the basis that you didn't. Yeah, correct. So I'm very clear that my understanding with Mayor Smith was they both be changed to May.
Through the chair, I suggest that we pop it up there and just make the change.
Yep.
This one will have to have additionally subject to the approval of Nelson City Council, which I'm sure they will.
Yep. All right, Councillor McNamara, anything further?
Oh, just when stuff's brought to the information committee, does the author of that information, whether it be a reporter or something else, be tagged to it somehow?
I'm assuming the answer to that is yes. We're not going to get anonymously presented information.
Through the chair, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Is the information going to Information Committee. Does an author get tagged to that, whether it be a video or however it's going to be presented to staff?
Correct.
Please.
Yes, the answer was yes.
Yes. Cool. Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, through me. Just another quick question on that information forum. I note in the readings that I've been doing over the last few days, trying to digest, that there will be a public forum place in the information forum. What staff will be available for that?
Robin.
Through the chair, the governance team will be administering the information forum.
Yeah, it just seemed like, for example, the presentations we had today, there may well be situations where having presentations and or public forum may be more applicable to that non-committee committee forum than to, yeah. So
I just wasn't aware that there was a public forum part in that particular committee.
The key thing was to enable it to have one. It doesn't by definition have to, but it ensures that should the chair wish to have information being provided via a public process as opposed to through the council staff process, that it is possible. Right. Are we clear on the various changes, alterations, and so it is the word.
May we see the words, please, on screen?
Yeah, may to the terms of reference in relation to appointment of iwi representation.
Can we please have the words on screen, please?
It's coming. Anything further? I will look to put the resolution. I'm presuming the mover doesn't want to write a reply. I will put the resolution. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. At this point, we'll break briefly for a cup of tea and come back at 11 o'clock. I did say it's 11 o'clock, isn't it? reconvene, get back underway with the next item. So hopefully I'll get through this. So, yeah. Right, we'll get back underway. So we've got Waimea Water Limited's annual report. So in terms of the availability, we have to take that at 11:15. So we're going to now go to the, hopefully, reasonably quick membership of the joint committees. Then we will go to Waimea Water Limited's annual report, and then we'll come back to Councillor Neubauer's notice of motion. I know I've been practicing in private. All right. Thank you. So, Steve, Robin, over to you.
Through the chair, I'll take the report as read. And any questions?
Thank you. Councillor McNamara.
Happy to move it.
Thank you, Councillor McNamara. Is there a second? Seconded, Councillor Walker. Any further discussion? Councillor Ellis.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Since we've just done the delegations and the terms of reference, so with the advisory groups that haven't had the terms of reference done, when are we going to look at having that done by?
Nelson City Council have advised that they're going to be doing the draft of them early in the new year. So I'd expect that they would come to the February meeting.
If there's nothing further, I'll put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Excellent. Right, so now we will, because Waimea Water representatives are here, we'll move on with them now. So welcome, Doug, Dave, Kelly. Kelly, welcome. I'll hand over, Doug, Kelly, who's I'll come over to you. So probably best, given there's a number of new people, that you do the intro thing for those who are either new or are returning.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This is, my name's Doug Hattersley. I'm a director of Waimea Water. I'm representing, say our chairman, David Wright, is overseas at the moment. I'd like to introduce Kelly Norris. He's our new CEO that took over from Mike Scott to take us through the operations and, more importantly, the asset management systems. And I've got also Dave Ashcroft, as you know, who looks after our financial controls. The financial officer. And we're here today to do to answer any questions on the annual report. There's a short presentation just to run you through where we are. It mainly covers the quarterly report, which we do 4 times a year. And then, of course, I'm sure you've got a few questions on the annual report.
Okay, thanks, Doug. Kelly, over to you.
So we've just got a presentation with a lot of pictures here today just to show you some of our activities over the last 6 months. I started in June, so these photos are all taken by myself since then. So some of the stuff that happened earlier in the year it won't be covered by this. But here we've got a nice picture of the dam on a still day. It doesn't always look like that, but that's worth a photo. And our spillway is currently, a dam is currently full and spilling, which is great for the upcoming dry season. In terms of the of our SOI and what we're trying to achieve, just a few points there. Construction is practically complete. We're in a defects notification period, which involves us doing a monitoring of the performance of the main structures that the contractor installed, and taking care of any minor remedial works that needed to be done. That we had a process of final commissioning over the last 6 months, which involved additional flow testing and installation of some final works around the site. And then our main focus has been on getting our construction maintenance management system up and running, doing our dam safety compliance work, and developing our long-term asset management plan. In terms of the resource consent, which you'll also be interested in, all our monitoring and reporting has been going well. There are a few issues with strict compliance with the resource consent, but we're not particularly concerned about them. Things that have happened. So in June 26th of June, you'll all know there were big floods in the region. Just what that looked like at the dam. Our spillway was flowing at around 20% capacity, at 237 cubic meters a second. And then the July event, which happened afterwards, was actually much less flow at the dam site. That's what 180 cubic meters a second looks like going over our spillway. I like to describe to my children that that's 2 housefuls of water every second, to give you an idea. The video doesn't really do it justice. And I'm planning to be up there next time something like this is going on to really get a feel for it. Flow testing was completed in August. And so this is testing our ability to the rate at which we can discharge water from the dam to lower the water level in the case of an emergency. And so we've verified our 17 cubic meters a second we can discharge through our outlet works. And so that was a success. That's what that 16 cubic meters a second looks like going out. It's the video. Plenty more videos we can show you if you want. I think there's a visit to the site on Monday, so yeah, we won't be discharging water at that time, which is kind of good because otherwise you get wet. So, but yeah, the water in the river is quite warm at the moment. So yeah, one of the key achievements that we have made is our final access bridge there, which I think you can see up on the photo there. So that was the last main piece of infrastructure installed at the site, which provides us with reliable access. Interestingly, during the final commissioning of that bridge, the temporary culvert that was here washed away during that July event. So the timing was perfect. The other thing which we've been working on is the installation of our micro hydro unit, getting that up and running. There's been a lot of teething problems with that. The supplier went into liquidation, and so the process of getting that going has been a nightmare. We think we're nearly there, but there are still some ongoing issues with it. In terms of environmental performance, our water quality program is being delivered as we expect. There's still issues with water clarity downstream of the bridge and not in strict compliance with our consent. But they're a lot better than they were last year. Last year, I think those figures there, so that figure 2.8 is a measure of the distance that you can see clearly underwater. Last year, that number was around 1. So there's certainly been an improvement. The target is 5. All our flows are within targets, and we're basically the process is to monitor and review the overall consent and management plans at year 5. Lastly, our trap and transfer. So one of our consent conditions is to provide for trapping and migration of eels and fish. We've got a temporary setup to prototype the migration of eels. This is underway at the moment. Since this number was yesterday, up until yesterday we transferred 163 eels. Today we have another 71. So that's in full swing, and it's a really good outcome. I think that is close to the highest level of alpha transfer that we've had at the dam site. And there's a little, I'm not sure if that's going to work, but there's just a very short video showing you the eels. A little reluctant to go out of the bucket there, but yeah. And other than that, we've been doing our routine maintenance inspections, and everything's on track. So the last slide there just shows you the shareholder reports. If you don't have access to them already, then there are on our website, so you can find them there. And probably the last message is the dam is full, and we're waiting for a dry summer to demonstrate its value.
Thanks, Kelly. Is there anything you'd like to add, Doug, before I open up for questions?
No, nothing in particular. Just as far as staff, we've got. We've got. Thanks. We got 5 full-time staff. Because we downsized quite a bit, and we've got actually one of our engineers, our mechanical one, especially because we're dealing with the micro hydro and some of the finishing off a few mechanical things, and he's on call part-time. So it's quite, we're down to 5. That's two people that actually do the operations and maintenance, and they're both called Alistair, and it's spelled the same. I think they'll be with you on Monday. But
Probably Monday.
Yeah.
So looking forward to taking you guys up to site.
It makes a lot of difference to have a look and see it and answer any other questions up there, just about how's it working, what are we doing. So is there just going to take some questions on the annual report? I presume you read if there's anything in particular.
Okay, so thanks for the quarterly update. Obviously, if there's questions around kind of technicalities or operational, then the opportunity to ask them on site will be available on Monday. But if there are questions specifically in relation to the annual report, or the quarterly report for that matter, I will take them now. Councillor Woods, Councillor McNamara, Councillor Ellis.
Thank you, Tim. Through the Mayor. Just a question around the value proposition of the dam and the tracking towards what the value proposition originally was. In the annual report, it mentions that the dam is actively augmenting the river flows. And I think probably the measure of that value is the uptake of water above a baseline of what the river would have normally been expected to provide. So additional growth in the population plus continued access to the water during dry spells. Are you able to comment on the value of the water sold against that baseline as a potential measure of the benefit of the dam to the ratepayers?
It's a fairly big question. I'm not sure I can actually answer it for you straight away. Dave, you can start on it. I've sort of talked to Dave. Is there anything?
So the point of clarity, I guess, is we don't sell the water. We are a cost recovery unit for people that have the right to take water in the event of restrictions imposed from drought. And there have been few instances of any restrictions, and certainly not as deep as a cease take that would then really be able to provide the economic benefit to those that are affiliated to be able to keep running their operations. We have had no cease takes.
Were you looking for a figure? Were you looking for a figure?
No, I'm just sorry. I'm just interested. There must have been a business case for the dam, and I'm just really looking for how it's tracking against the business case. So it's not really a question.
I'm looking at Mike. It's more a question for the two shareholders, i.e. the council and the Waimea Irrigators Limited, as to how that value as owners and shareholders in the dam was both determined at the start and is then reflected now. So I don't know, Mike, if you want to add, because it's probably more appropriate coming from you than it is from the dam operator.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The original business case did not put a dollar number. We saw obviously what the economic impacts were likely to be, the two reports in that regard. What I can tell you is that we would have had to have stopped urban development in Richmond if the dam had not proceeded, because we would not have had the urban water supply to support that development. I know that with the increase in the cost of the dam, it becomes more difficult for the irrigators to sell additional capacity. But this is a long-term project. So the dam's got a design life circa 100 years, probably going to be around for 200 years. And so I am comfortable that we have achieved the outcome for our community, which is a secure water supply. Remembering this dam wasn't designed principally to bring, shall we say, dry areas into production like you might do in North Canterbury. It was designed to ensure that we could maintain and increase the existing production on the Waimea Plains. So if we had not put the water augmentation scheme in, then we would have had to cut the level of water consents, which would have adversely affected the ability of the region to do horticulture and similar things, and that would have impacted both on our GDP as a sector, but also on council in terms of the population and the economic benefits that flow to our community.
Thank you. Councillor McNamara.
Thank you. Well, I have a couple of questions raised from the videos before I start my other ones. Sorry, what percentage did you say the spillway was running at during the first rain event?
Around 20%.
20%.
So okay. The peak flow is around 280 cubic meters a second, and our design capacity is 1,200. So
just curious, what happens when we go over 100%?
In theory, that should never happen. Yes, it would be a biblical event that would be needed to get to that point.
In the clarity issue, how are we going to get ahead of that to bring it into what we're supposed to be doing?
At this point, it's a process of monitoring it. We should acknowledge that we're not achieving what was originally envisaged, but we are seeing it improve. And we believe that over the period of the next few years, that will continue to improve as the dam settles and the water settles and the ecology in the dam, in the reservoir itself, brings the water quality up. One of the disadvantages of having the dam is that when a storm comes, previously a lot of turbid water would go through the system very quickly, and what the dam does is it holds it back and lets it go out very slowly. So we see over winter the clarity is poor, but during summer it's slightly improved because we're not getting the flushing off of the. So in short, we expect it to improve over time. And certainly that 5-year mark, when we're reviewing our water management plans and our targets, that will be a good opportunity to kind of sit down and work out what we should be aiming for as much as what we're expecting.
I'm just not sure how acknowledging it is meeting our consent issues as opposed to rectifying it, which is what one would have thought we should have been doing.
Yeah, it's a fair comment. I think some of the problem that the mechanics is such that the presence of the dam has resulted in this problem, and so there needs to be some good thought around what is, if anything, what can we do about it?
Thank you. So I've just got a couple of questions on the report. Overhead and administrative expenses, we've got facilities costs, which I see have gone up considerably. I'm wondering what facilities are.
So I can talk to this one. Sorry, the facilities costs is generally the running of the office, and prior to the practical completion, some of the facilities costs were absorbed as a capital cost in the construction program as an attribution of the cost. So the total value hasn't increased, but the amount that appears through the P&L as administration expenses has grown because there is now no longer capitalisation of some of those.
So where we are now, there's a sort of a consistent figure we would expect going forward.
Yeah, so the SOI and the budgets are regularly updated, and those numbers are newer than the last year's annual report numbers.
Dam safety is quite a significant figure. I'm wondering what that entails.
So dam safety is for the ongoing review and management of the instruments and the monitoring of the safety of the dam, such that we know if it's going to fail, we get advance warning, and that we are prepared for that in advance. A lot of that cost is very technical engineering advice around, the implications of trends and things like that we see.
And I'm assuming the same answer applies again as to why it's jumped up. It's gone from.
That's right. Yeah, prior to filling of the dam and operations, it wasn't something that was required.
The dam safety monitoring is quite intense in the especially in the first 5 years. For the piezometers and also settlement, we take it. There is the budget. We made the budget for that amount, and that's because of the intensity of the safety work that we do.
I'm sure Right would appreciate the intensity of the safety work you're doing. I have a question on the 60% irrigators funding of the dam thing, little chart you've got there, whatever page it's on. I'm just curious as to how we get to there, given the share. Council's up around, was it 70-something% of the shares, and the loan funding and all that?
Probably more of my question.
More of my question.
So half the total cost of operating the dam are in the interest costs, and the irrigators bear a greater share of the interest cost than council does, and it overweights the total into the total water charges. So half the water charges are interest, and the irrigators bear something like 75% of the interest costs.
Councillor Ellis.
Could you pop them off while you're not talking? Because I think that's what's interfering with some of our microphones. Thank you for your presentation. Can I just get some clarification, Kelly, although you partly answered my questions? You made the comment that you're having issues meeting the strict compliance of the resource consent, but you're not concerned. Are those strict compliance failures, I suppose, only related to the water clarity, or are there any others?
Yeah, that's right. It's only water clarity. The consent requires that we maintain water clarity of 5 metres visual distance, and at the moment we're around 3.8. November was the worst month in last year, so we would expect it to improve from here. And in terms of the impact, like the practical impact of that, I'm told by the environmental experts that it's not an ecological problem at that level. So.
Council, we don't have control on the logging necessarily going upstream. in the dam or anything else. And so if you get a big storm and with this bare ground, around the whole perimeter of the lake, well, that's going to change. But as Kelly said before it just went through. But when you're retaining it, part of our measures is we got to measure the clarity behind the dam when it sits.
So is this an issue that wasn't envisaged beforehand? And what is the plan moving forward to deal with the issue?
I can't answer the first question because I'm new to the organisation and the project. I believe that it was envisaged because the water clarity was very good prior to the construction of the dam, and we haven't managed to achieve that. The target is actually a reduced clarity from what was previously there. I guess the science behind what that target should be is not something that was obviously not robust enough to understand what to expect. Certainly, since we are seeing an improvement over time, I think we should act with caution in terms of deciding to invest any more money or into the process of rectifying the issue in the short term. But at that 5-year mark, once we're comfortable that everything's settled down and we understand what the process is, that would be the right time to get in there and say, well, what else can we do?
Just a follow-on question, Kelly. One of the issues is the fact that pretty much a significant proportion of the catchment immediately adjacent to the dam is in production forestry. And for a long period during construction, the harvesting of that was delayed, i.e. they couldn't harvest during the period of the dam construction. And then immediately post-completion, quite reasonably, the landowners then wanted to. And so the point that Dave made is a large proportion of the adjacent catchment has now been harvested in a relatively short period of time, which would not necessarily be the normal method of harvesting that catchment. So to some degree, the way that the catchment is managed has been unusual, and hence waiting to the 5-year period to get to perhaps what is a more regular rotation of harvesting and planting and growing may be the best time to consider whether or not that target is appropriate, and if there is an issue, what to do about it at that point.
And in addition to that, so I totally agree with you. And then in addition to that, the fact that the water will have been there and the ecology of the reservoir itself will have had some time to establish over that period.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. Just so further on, thank you for that clarification. So if I'm right, we are not meeting the resource consent standard. What is the risk that we run by not meeting that resource consent standard for the next 5 years, given that it's not something, you've explained quite well about why, but what is the risk with that resource consent not being met?
So this is something I'm seeking clarity on from our regulator, which is part of TDC, as to what the potential implications of that are, and what advice they would give in terms of our non-compliance and impact.
Councillor, while it's still, reducing, we'll just keep monitoring like that. And if we think over, a period of time it's going to be static, then that, we'll have to apply to see if we can get the standard change. I think is there 11 or 12 different factors that make up the consent with the water, and this is one of 11.
Yeah, that's right. We also
11 are the other 11 are met. Yeah.
We're also monitoring biodiversity, dissolved oxygen, temperature, and everything else is doing very well. So I guess the kind of broader question is, what impact does it have on that downstream ecology? And what our environmental experts are telling us is that there isn't a large impact.
Thank you, Councillor Ellis. Councillor Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is around, I firstly don't understand who's responsible for, and it may be you guys,
reporting on the augmentation outcomes on an annual basis. So what's the answer to that? Is it WWL or DDC, the shareholder?
I'm picking it's both.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, from my perspective, I'd like to get some clarity on that because whilst we haven't had many seasons at all yet, going forward, I'd like to see a good methodology on managing, visualising from minimum river flows where the water is at and the seasonal impacts on how you're managing the spillage of the water. And we should be able to visualize that for the community so that they can see the performance of the dam or otherwise. You got a comment on that?
Just one quick one, Kelly might say, Henry. Last summer, and also I think quickly on the one before, we had, we put the water into the river, and one of the main objections previously to the dam, was that it was not going to affect the through into the gravels and affect the water bores, but we've measured it over 2 summers, and there is a response. So you've got your normal river flow during the year, and when it's going to, if we didn't have the dam, and it's dried up quite a bit, the Waipea Dam. So what you do see is just by the fact that we're releasing water to keep the water level up in the bores, you'll see more water in the river with the dam there than you normally would. So and it's going into the aquifer at the same time.
So I think it can be both physically demonstrated, i.e. seen, and also technically demonstrated through that groundwater monitoring that we're responsible for. And there is a workshop early in the new year on how all of this works, including all of the measures, who's responsible for what, how it's assessed. And in terms of those technicalities, they will be answered at that point in time.
It's good to hear. My next question was around the forestry harvesting and obviously replanting. Has there been any discussion with the owners around it about converting to permanent indigenous and increasing the buffer to the dam?
Yeah, that's not the remit of Waimea Water. Our remit is to operate the dam.
Yeah.
So I guess you would refer to your consent compliance people for
what you're saying, but it seemed to me common sense that I'm trying to identify who's responsible here. It's a little bit confused, the structuring of things as I read the papers. So a very simple, whoever's responsible, will be a discussion around the planting around the dam, obviously, because we do want long-term vegetation.
So in an ideal world, that would be true. It is an enormous catchment, the vast majority of which is in native permanent vegetation owned by the Department of Conservation. However, the immediate location is in production forestry and private land ownership. And like all things, in an ideal world, there would have been enough money to buy all of the surrounding land and convert it all. No, it's an ongoing conversation for both the shareholders, the adjacent landowners, and the dam company. But at the moment, WWL's job is to administer the dam and the buffer zone that they are responsible for. Outside of that, it's a broader conversation.
Well, that's fine. I'm not suggesting we have a buffer of miles. I'm suggesting we have a discussion on about a buffer that is, potentially achievable going forward, and whoever's involved in that discussion. I'm presuming we're not talking about the financial aspects today. Mr. Mayor will be talking in a closed session. Is that right?
No, so in relation to anything contained in the annual report, the financial information contained in WWL financial report. Yes, questions. If it's about the broader issue of shareholders and contributions to both rock, not the subject.
Okay, well, we'll leave those questions till later. Thank you.
Thank you. So yes, Councillor Neubauer and then Councillor Walker.
Thank you. Fantastic pronunciation, Mayor. You're natural. I've got a question about the finances. Do you currently recover all of your operational expenditure through your water charges,
Yes,
including your interest payments?
yes.
What's the shortfall of $4 million that I'm reading in the paper?
That's the joys of depreciation.
Right.
So we don't recover the non-cash costs.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Walker. Then we'll move on to the next item.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Thank you for your report and awesome pictures. When you talked about your trap and transfer with your eels, and you also briefly covered over the micro hydro, are both those elements in current budgets? So when you're saying you're establishing the trapping and releasing, is that all covered?
The current program of trap and transfer and the testing process is budgeted for in our operational cost.
Mm-hmm.
What we plan, the ongoing infrastructure is likely to be minor in terms of what we end up installing for permanent infrastructure.
So when you say minor, you're not going to come and spring on us in the next quarter an extra cost that's come birthed out of establishing these requirements?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Firstly, thank you very much for coming in, for the work that you do to maintain and operate probably our single biggest individual asset collectively, and look forward to the opportunity to come up and visit the site with the councillors on Monday. So people, and then the opportunity to ask further questions that people might have over the operations at that point in time. So thanks all for the three of you. Hopefully it will be fine. I think the first part of the week is supposed to be relatively nice. All right, thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. Right, so the next item we have on the agenda is the notice of motion. So again, from
Happy to receive.
Oh, sorry. I moved motion to receive. Moved Deputy Mayor Maru, seconded Councillor McNamara. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Now it comes to the notice of motion. So Councillor now you've got me confused. Neubauer. Councillor Neubauer. So this is in his name, so I'll come to the councillor to present the report. He also has a brief presentation to include. Not that one, that is. There we go. Cool. And does he have the methodology to move the slides, or does he nod at you to do so?
Yeah.
Cool.
Can we display this on the screen, please?
Yes, hopefully it will be popping up on screen now. Ish. Councillor, over to you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Tim. First of all, what is this motion about? I just want to clarify that this is not about changing our existing strategy. This motion is more offering a pathway to achieving the aims of our existing strategy. So currently we've got this future development strategy that looks at a roughly 50-50 split between intensification and greenfield growth. Why have we got all that intensification in there? Because infrastructure is more affordable in the long term, more balanced housing mix, including more affordable housing. It protects the natural and productive landscape throughout the district. It lowers our greenhouse gas emissions, and it reduces vehicle traffic. I could go on for a long time, as you all know, but I won't, and I'll instead try to catch up on some time. So are we reaching our targets of the FDS? So at the moment, we are seeing more greenfield than intensification. We are seeing, we are still the most unaffordable region in New Zealand. 94% of our housing mix currently is standalone houses, quite big houses, quite expensive houses, and from our new building consents, 93% of those are still standalone houses, which leaves not very much else. But interestingly, a lot of that gets caught up, a lot of the rest gets caught up in retirement villages because there's simply no other options for people to downgrade. We are still losing productive land at a rate of knots. Our greenhouse gas emissions are not coming down and traffic jams are getting worse. So what are our levers to change this? Can we constrain greenfield land supply? Well, as we have learned, that's not very easily done. It's probably not an option at the moment, certainly not in the short term. Can we shift the financial incentives through rates, development contributions, etc.? That's probably also not a short-term option. It's probably all more in the long-term plan stuff. So can we make intensification easier? Because it is quite hard to get any of that through at the moment. Yes, and some of that is already being attempted through Plan Change 81. And if I read it correctly, the new Planning Act may actually help going in that direction. But that makes it even more important that the outcomes that we are getting and that we are permitting are actually good outcomes to build constant demand for intensification. And that's where I come to with an urban design competition to build a shared vision, illustrative neighborhood plans that people can actually understand, good examples of urban intensification, simply to make urban living a desirable lifestyle choice rather than the last resort if you can't afford anything else. So what I expect an urban design competition for Richmond would do, it would spark public conversation and the and instill a better understanding of well-designed intensification in our district. It would inform upcoming planning documents that we need to produce in a pressure cooker environment, really, the regional spatial plan, and a year after that, the urban built environment plan. So if we get an urban design competition on the ground now, that would actually get us ahead of the curve to inform these documents. It would also provide hard evidence to advocate back to Wellington on the new Planning Act tools that we are going to be given. So everything's in flux at the moment when it comes to planning. It's an opportunity. So if we know where we want to go, then we can assess that against the tools that we're being given. And if those don't actually enable us to get those outcomes, we can go back with hard evidence to Wellington and say, well, can we improve on these tools? Otherwise, we're kind of stabbing in the dark. And even if we're unsuccessful in getting the tools that we actually need to implement the vision that we might get out of a competition like this might be our last resort of giving our community, our developers, a shared vision as to how to take things forward. And they may actually get together, not because they have to, but because they want to create good outcomes for our community. And lastly, this competition is most likely to more than repay itself in dollar terms. So let's have a look at what we are actually doing at the moment in terms of intensification. We have seen a lot of this can-do Kiwi attitude. If you've got a garden, you just chuck a house in there, and we've got two dwellings where there used to be one. That creates some issues for the future, and we can see those already playing out on Salisbury Road, where you can see sausage flats emerging. They come with their own problems in terms of amenity because you have no green space, no outlook, no privacy. There's flash flooding risks attached with those. We are seeing new units going up on Hart Road. They're even two-story. You imagine you have the same sort of topology immediately next to them. The amenity is pretty bad. And it could look like that. Those sort of units are not necessarily very popular, and it's not the architectural design of those, it's actually their orientation, the urban design that hasn't been thought through because it's all piecemeal ad hoc development. So what are other places doing? Yeah, look, I'm going to get some smiles on this one because this is not looking like Tasman at all. And I agree with you, this is Hamburg, Hafen City. which is an enormous project. I'm going to get to that soon. But what I want to point out here is what they've done is they balance density with amenity, and that doesn't happen by chance. So you can see here an enormous amount of density, much more than we would probably ever anticipate in our lifetime anywhere here in Richmond, but also fantastic amenity with that. And you can see something similar happening here. This is Bremen, Überseestadt, Bremen, by the way, my hometown. Fantastic amenity for these new buildings going in. So the question is, how have they done it? In Hamburg, they have run an urban design competition. And I'm not going to go into the details of the design. What I want you to take away from this is the imagery, the material that has been provided as part of this urban design competition. This was the winning entry of Kees Christianse. It was a Europe-wide urban design competition, one of the biggest urban design competitions at the time. And yeah, that has led directly to these outcomes because they didn't leave anything to chance. Bremen, the same thing. Here you can see an enormous area covered by the structure plan, which was derived from an urban design competition. And then every little bit of that gets looked at as a neighborhood again. Now you can see my former professor, lecturer, Shormas there, having a look at one of the entries into one of the neighborhoods within the Überseestadt. So these are the sort of materials that I would think we could expect from participants in this urban design competition. Now, you will rightly say that we are not Bremen, we're not Hamburg. This is all pretty irrelevant for us. What do smaller places do? Now, this is an urban design competition entry from Bad Hersfeld, which is only twice the size of Richmond, tiny. So they're looking at a regeneration area. You can see that marked in the dark black at the top to see how can we actually make that all fit in with what we've already got. How can we make this an attractive environment? And you can see these plans, if we go to this level, that people can actually understand where buildings are, where green spaces are, where we could improve our public realm, that actually gives a whole different level of detail than what we currently have in our planning documents. Now, if you want to be really clever about this, you first run a student competition. So that's happened here in Dresden, for instance, in my last year at university. You can see my entry on the right. I unfortunately only won the second prize here. The idea is that you get a lot of creativity out of the students, of course, and that gets picked up by professionals, so they then can build on that. And the professional urban design competition, all of this helps building the discourse and bringing ideas into our community and a conversation going. So this is all well and good. In Germany, I have to say this is so common. You've got a whole magazine dedicated to competitions. You can have a look through that if you like. So that is a monthly magazine that's got architectural and urban design competitions in it. That's how common that approach is. In New Zealand, not so much. But we have had urban design competitions. You can see this one here, for instance, has made a few waves in 2011. That's the Christchurch Blueprint. A competition was won by Botha Miskell, and it still steers the outcomes post-earthquake of the rebuild in Christchurch. And you can see the outcomes are coordinated, and they tend to be better than the ad hoc outcomes that we can see around here at the moment. There's another one here that was won by Architectus also in 2011, the Wynyard Quarter Urban Design Framework. And again, I just want to show you coordinated outcomes are better outcomes. And that's what we're seeing here along the waterfront of Auckland, for instance. So I believe we can do this here in Tasman. And I think we should start in Richmond because it's our biggest population centre, of course. So my motion is not about immediately starting an urban design competition. That's not what you're voting on. This is actually instructing staff, asking staff to prepare a feasibility report for the professional urban design competition, for spatial concepts, illustrating at least 30 years of growth within the urban area of Richmond. And I have to admit, from a few questions that I've got in the meantime, both from staff and from elected members, I wasn't particularly clear in what these 30 years would actually be. Is that the entire growth of Tasman chucked into Richmond? Is it the entire growth of Richmond chucked into intensification areas? So that's why I am proposing an amendment that clarifies that. And I think governance is flashing that up later on when it comes to. I'll do a few more. Yeah, well, or we stop there if you like.
Okay, thank you very much. So there's the presentation. In order to, so I think I'm clear in this, in order to amend the resolution to reflect the councillor's kind of revised approach, we actually need to amend it via resolution.
No, you just have to have the majority and it gets amended while he moves it.
Okay,
so
all right.
I think I have to move the amendment.
Yeah. All right, so in order to facilitate the debate, it is moved. And is there a seconder? Councillor Wood. So it's been moved and seconded. It's now open for discussion and or debate. Councillor Butler.
Yeah, thanks, Timo. I mean, I think, you know, I think that these competitions are a very productive way to go. But just my question is, with these other competitions you're talking about, at what stage in the planning process did they actually come? Because I'm just thinking, well, you know, we are in a process, but is there a risk that if you don't have it really clear as to how you're going to implement your successful, whoever wins the competition, then it might just go nowhere, like, because you're not in the right stage of your planning process?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a very good question. Now, I think that's exactly why we are exactly at the right stage of that process, because we're seeing all these balls up in the air. Everything's going to change in terms of our planning outcomes. Or our planning tools that we can utilize to implement the strategy. The strategy has to be relevant to what we are doing in our district, and that's why I'm linking it straight back to the future development strategy, which is our existing strategy. But what we do not have in the future development strategy is any visuals, any idea of what this could actually look like. And I think that is that we are missing a trick there to really improve our intensification uptake rate. And even if that only ticks up by 1%, it is extremely low at the moment. If that ticks up by 1%, the long-term savings in consolidating the infrastructure from only that 1% will be enormous.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McNamara.
I admire the councillor's enthusiasm and his vision, and I don't think anyone would dispute that certainly a coordinated, cohesive approach to design is desirable. I'm just wondering, whether the mayor's throwing his toys out of the cop here, whether the enthusiasm with the return on investment would be underwritten by the councillor. The guaranteed return on investment. The councillor that is proposing we're going to get a return on our investment. Or actually, how much do you propose we spend on this thing?
So I think that is probably a more appropriate question. How much do you think it might cost? I'm presuming that is why the recommendation is actually get a staff report back on all of that side of it. But councillor.
That is exactly the point. Yes, that's why we are commissioning this report, to get information on that. What I'm suggesting, and what I've already put into the report as a suggestion, is that staff may be able to find donors who are happy to contribute to these prizes, because I believe that a competition like this will make big waves throughout the country. So therefore there's a bit of an opportunity there to get some external funding inputs into that, so not everything hangs on Tasman District Council funding. But if you want to get some hard numbers around what the potential savings from this are. We have demand for, or we are going to, or we're aiming for 4,200 new homes in Tasman over the next 8 years by 2034. There is a study out that I have referred to a lot while the New Zealand Infrastructure Commission is saying this. The various authorities in Australia have done this, and the Victoria Infrastructure has actually quantified what the financial difference is between dispersed development and intensified development, and they've basically quantified it at more than $60,000 per dwelling. So if you took the 4,200 dwellings that we are going to provide in the next 8 years, and multiplied that with, say, $60,000, that'll be $252 million. I'm not suggesting that we will have any chance in hell to achieving that just because we're running an urban design competition. But that's where I'm getting to. If we can only get an uptick of 1% in our uptake rate, these are big figures. That makes a huge difference. So if you divide $252 million by 8 years, that's $31.5 million per year, which is 50% of our general rates take at the moment. So just a fraction of that would be absolutely fantastic and a win for our ratepayers.
Okay, thank you. So I have to dash to go and meet with the person who's actually going to have a massive amount of influence over all of this, which is our dear Minister, Mr. Bishop. So I will leave you in the capable hands of Deputy Mayor Mari. But just before I go, Deputy Mayor Mari will give council staff an opportunity, given they're being asked to effectively to provide some comment and feedback to help councillors come to a conclusion. Well, I think I certainly support the change in terms of the amendment to the resolution, because previously, it did read as though you were trying to effectively put all of the growth for the next 30 years for Richmond inside the existing, and that has a whole lot of complications and implications for the existing built environment, as well as many other challenges. I think the key advantage is to shift the demand. It actually isn't to shift the supply, because there's a whole lot of factors that come into the supply: land aggregation, land ownership, etc. But development is largely led by demand. So if demand is there, then developers will put the time and energy and effort into providing that outcome, because the market indicates that's what they will do. So anything that assists lifting that demand, I think, is worth trying. I think it's also crucially important not to overbuild expectations. So it's very important to understand that whatever comes out, and best will in the world, urban designers and architects, and can come up with concepts which, while on the surface of it seem absolutely fantastic, can have some issues. So any design of any competition needs to very much reflect the pragmatic and practical side of it, as much as the design, ambition, and outcome side, because ultimately that will assist it being picked up at some point. And as I think the councillor mentioned, it's almost more likely to be picked up voluntarily than through some form of prescription or requirement. So in order to do that, it has to be cost efficient and effective. It has to be able to be deliverable in our context and environment. So ironically, this is also not the first time that we've been involved in one of these things, and I've been desperately trying to find out, because it's probably 15 years ago or more, the Wakefield Community Council, at a period in time where we were actually doing as a council, and one of the many things we used to do that we no longer do, was assisting communities with effectively this very thing, largely smaller communities, to go out and facilitate a conversation which looked forward and said, what's the future of, in this case, Wakefield? Part of that was Victoria University students. I'm pretty sure they literally came down here and lived here for 5 days or a period of time, or certainly came and visited multiple times, engaged with the community and the community association.
They did 7 or 8 years ago.
Was it 7 or 8 years ago? And then came, and I don't know where they are. I assume they exist somewhere. They may be, the Wakefield Community Association may hold that information. But I think that would be a great thing to include in any recommendation back to us, because part of that was very cool. The risk is, it gets done, it looks wonderful, it's not entirely practical or achievable, and therefore it doesn't ultimately drive the outcome that I think the council is intending to try and drive. So, look, from my perspective, with the resolution that's been considered, I certainly think getting a report back about it, I'd support. The outcome of that report and future decisions is another decision, as the councillor has pointed out. So we're not deciding today to embark on such a thing. We're asking for information to come back. On that basis, I support the resolution.
Awesome. Questions? Councillor Greening.
Look, I think this is quite admirable. I think some aspects around the demand side have already been articulated by Mayor King, so I'm not going to go down that route. But I do think this has the potential to lift the profile of more intensive urban development outside the region. I think one of the constraints is also the developers' inexperience in doing these kinds of more intensive developments and tend to lean back into what they're familiar with. So I think there is a potential also to raise the profile and maybe attract new developers, new capital, and that should always be encouraged. So I'll leave it there. Certainly support it.
Thanks, Councillor Greening. Any other councillors? Councillor Ellis, then Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm not against the idea, but I'm kind of looking further into the future and about how productive this whole thing's going to be. In reality, like, it's a great idea. I had it a number of years ago and suggested it to council before they did Queen Street. So I'm highly supportive of this kind of thing, but I'm just wondering, in a governance role, about what the final outcome would actually bring to the table at a time when we're working so hard on trying to work around all our new legislation that's coming through, and whether we're actually going to wind up with a result we can deliver on. What is the staff capability, this is for a staff member, to actually be able to put together a feasibility report? Because I'm guessing that it would have to be done very quickly for it to be beneficial for the processes as we work through all our new spatial plans. So what is our capability to even do a feasibility study, let alone the next step in the process to manage something like that should we decide to do it? Is there any indication?
Jeremy, Jackie, do you want to join the table, but maybe the off?
Through your chair, Deputy Mayor, kia ora. It would have an impact on current business as usual. We'd need to reprioritise some of the long-term planning and annual planning mahi. It would come at a FTE cost, if you like, a prioritisation cost.
Anything else, Councillor Ellis?
Yeah, I'm also working out where would it fit with the. It would take money to do this, and while we can talk about getting sponsorship and all the rest of it, until that actually, I'm a great believer, until something actually happens and it's on paper, we have to assume that we're covering the cost. So this would mean we would have to put budget into the long-term plan because there's no budget now. So I'm just wondering how it's all going to work together, because I'm not.
I can just come back. So the motion before us is to do
It's for a feasibility, and there's no budget for that. And then for the timing, if we do a feasibility report and it comes back that it recommends doing this process and all the rest of it, how's it going to fit with our annual planning, long-term planning, and all our spatial planning work that we're having to do? Is it actually going to work?
Jeremy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a couple of first up comments from myself, and we appreciate and agree with many aspects of the presentation, and that was really great to hear. The work, the feasibility report could be managed largely in-house. I think almost entirely in-house. We'd need to look at it, so it's really just staff time. We do entirely in-house, unless there is any. And we do have a certain amount of BAU funding that we that if there was any advice needed on any small discrete aspects. So yeah, I think that's absolutely fine. In terms of the timing, I think you had a question before, Councillor Ellis, about the timing. We probably think the timing's actually pretty good. I agree with the councillor on that. That going into this new system, if it was to be done, now would be a good time to commence that kind of work.
Councillor Ellis.
And just a further question to your slides that you had, like awesome designs. I'm a great fan of, and a lot of people around this table know that I'm a great fan of public spaces and how we would use them. The land that all of those developments were on, who owned that? So was it?
I'm afraid I can't give you the answer to that. I'm not familiar with the land ownership around each of those, but it wasn't all council owned.
Or was it open land, for example, the example you gave in Christchurch?
I'm losing. Thank you. So your question?
I'm sorry, I was just trying to get some understanding. Maybe it's a bit further advanced of where we're actually discussing this today.
Councillor Walker, then Councillor Whittier.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. Question from staff. Plan change 81, we put an exemption into government. Have we had an update?
We haven't got an approval. We've had updates. We had a request for further information on our request. We've answered that. We answered that very quickly. And I am frequently asking for updates. We haven't had one yet. We've had murmurings that all is going well and will be accepted, but we haven't had the final tick yet.
Okay, thank you. And I'm aware that today's resolution is getting a staff report. There was a voice from behind me, but sorry, I can't see through the eyes in the back of my head. Although my kids used to think I could. So a staff member behind me said something about they would need to reprioritise and it would cost an FTE, full-time employee. Is that for like seeing the competition through, or is that for a staff report?
I think we've just come back. I think it was reprioritising FTE time. So,
yeah, not an FTE.
So yes, for clarity, reprioritising some of the existing FTE time.
And my last question would be, what are these other competitions actually financially cost? I get the benefits, and in principle, I'm 100% behind what you're talking about. But there's no dollar sign for us to even get our head around. What is a competition like this? I mean, what does the prize look like?
Councillor Norboy, have you got any idea? Ballpark figure?
Have a look at that magazine that's going around. It varies vastly on what the competition actually entails.
Range being? $1 to...
I would say the biggest urban design competition in Europe was probably at a prize money of about $100,000 at the time. But then you've got much smaller competitions, which is probably much more comparable with what we're doing here, which sits a lot.
Scale it back to the Christchurch one, for example.
Christchurch is still huge. I think what we're looking at here is a fairly small competition, and we also have to take into account our market. But generally, a competition is much more efficient.
Got the answer, and the reason for the report is the detail. Councillor Fernyhoff.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Maru, and thank you, Councillor Neubauer, for your presentation. I really like it. I support it. My question for you, which is a tricky question. We know that we have the least affordable housing in the region. I understand the numbers you're giving of intensification ultimately costing less money to council, but in terms of housing affordability itself, would a designed neighborhood, for instance, drive up costs of development and therefore costs of houses to individuals?
To my knowledge, it's not the design of the neighborhood that drives up the cost of a neighborhood. It's much more the infrastructure cost behind it and the typology of housing options provided through that neighborhood. And history and science tell us that in a more central location, you see more smaller units, and smaller units very often translate into more affordable housing.
Councillor McNamara.
Yeah, so just in process, all of the information from the workshop coming back to us, will somebody have sourced the potential candidates for sponsorship so that we know that it's a feasible thing when it comes back?
be included in the report, Jeremy, and the feasibility?
Yeah.
Options, opportunities.
We'll look into it. It's not really our area of expertise as planners, but we can look across the organisation, see who can help.
I'm very happy to help with that too.
Any other questions from councillors? Jeremy, Barry, Jackie.
What?
Councillor Morgan?
Yeah. Right. My question is around the incentives to the market, developers and others. We've already had the discussion about the greenfields and 93%, I think, utilisation. There's a desire to have the intensification. My own view of what I've read and listened to, it's not working. But I can't see anything in our strategy that's going to shift that. That's how I see it at the moment. I can't see any decisions, strategies in place that are going to shift those numbers. I'm supportive of a design process, but one that also captures current knowledge, best practices in New Zealand, other practices offshore around incentives to actually invest in the design and community and developer uptake. I mean, it's nice having a pretty picture, but fundamentally, can we get the uptake in an environment like Richmond? And so the work, it might be a little bit more detailed and intense in terms of the terms of reference of the feasibility study. But if we were to do that, it needs to provide answers to, in my view, current strategy, which is not going to work. We'll have the same data in 10 years' time. So, how can we really change that, if possible? I see other councils around New Zealand, and Auckland's the classic one. The mayor's out there. He's not increasing the Auckland boundary. And we've already had that discussion. Oh, you can't do that. But in all reality, some difficult decisions are going to have to be made. I'm personally vehemently against using productive land and putting concrete on it. It's simple as that.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. Jeremy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Just to respond to a couple of comments there. One of the biggest challenges here with achieving these sort of outcomes, just as you say, sorry, actually the first thing I'll say is that a lot of our the plan hasn't been implemented yet. So the future development, no, that's okay. The future development strategy was adopted in 2022. Plan change 81 is really our key tool for actually implementing that, and it hasn't yet been notified. So intensification at the moment is working under what was known as the RIDA, the Richmond Intensive Development Area. That was a previous plan change. That actually has achieved a reasonable number. Jackie's done some work on that, can speak to it, of further dwellings. We would expect with plan change 81, when we're able to implement it, and hopefully we'll go through that process in 2026, that will be a real step change. The rules that we are proposing through plan change 81 are very enabling. We had an urban design expert who works around New Zealand. He thinks they're probably the most enabling in the country for intensification. So we simply haven't started yet. We've got the overall FDS plan, but it hasn't been implemented on the ground. So that's that. In terms of other question, I think Councillor Allison and Councillor Walker, one of the big things here from making it happen is land assembly. That is the biggest challenge, and you're sort of getting at that there, is if you're working with the existing property boundaries and the existing property owners, there's always going to be a limitation on what you can achieve, in my opinion and experience, a limitation on what you can achieve because you're working with individual small landowners and small land holdings. So until you can bring land together in some way, or unless you can bring land together in some way, it's harder to achieve those outcomes. And so that raises other concerns which challenges which we probably don't want to go into here, but it can be part of that feasibility study. We can look at what might be able to be achieved purely using the private sector versus what might be able to be achieved with some input from the public sector, council essentially. In years gone by, staff, we have discussed this matter with councillors on several occasions, and the councils of the day have said, no, we as a council don't want to get involved in using public sector powers, such that they may be, to get involved in development essentially, or to get involved in land assembly. If this councillor has a different opinion, and I don't think we should go there today, but if this council would like to investigate those directions more and actually think about what powers do we have for land assembly that can then be put back to the market, then that's something we can do as well. And maybe we should do that as part of this report and just essentially put those two options. Zero public sector involvement or some public sector involvement.
I like how you say, Jeremy, we won't go there today, but we just have. No. Yeah. But what I think we'll do is, it looks like Councillor Morgan's got one more question, then write a reply, and then we'll dive. So, Councillor Morgan.
So, look, thanks for that response. And I can understand the issue about land assembly. Some areas of our region, we could do that. And we had a discussion about that at the last council meeting around Motueka. There's a possibility. But all I'm saying is that we really need to think hard about the incentives or otherwise to see the trend change. And it's challenging to change it because land utilisation in this area, this beautiful area we live in, the land is in demand, it's very valuable, and there's many utilisation options. So, you know, we really have to get on top of this in our thinking. So I'm very supportive of doing the thinking. Sir, kia ora.
Councillor Mailing, sorry, I missed you.
Just briefly, Nelson City has tried this with some incentives over the last few years where they haven't had development contributions. So they've been giving an incentive of roughly $40,000 and it hasn't gone very far. They're a city of 55,000. Richmond Ward has roughly 20,000. But if you're honest, you'd say Richmond Township is really a dormitory suburb of Nelson City still. And I mean that. You mightn't like to admit it, but you just need to look at the traffic flow both ways. That's what we are, a significant proportion. And the market is telling us they don't want these high places. We've had a developer do a development up here, and they were 1.1 million. So it's not cheap in the inner city because of, one, the cost of the land, where roughly the cheaper houses are roughly $700,000 for 600 square meters. So your costs are higher, and to aggregate it becomes quite a bit. We're lucky in that we do have in Lower Oxford Street 4 properties. We could do something ourselves, and certainly the ward councillors and the staff have talked about that, but it's a ways away. I don't think doing this will actually necessarily change the dial when you've had a $40,000 incentive in the city for a number of years and they've really struggled to do it. It's something that'll happen over time, but I don't think Richmond's ready for it, to be honest.
Yeah, Councillor Woods.
Yeah, Councillor Mailing's actually brought up the reason why I seconded Timo's motion, and that is that I agree with Councillor Mailing. I don't think incentives will shift the dial, but I think design and shifting demand will possibly be the fix, because we see that the cost of sprawl is contributing to our weakening financial position. We have the rates cap coming down the line at us, and we need to be creative in our solutions. If we can drive demand for intensive housing, I'm fully behind it.
Thank you. So just so we're clear what we're voting for up on the wall. So moved by Councillor Norbois.
I still have my right of reply.
Second by Councillor Woods. Right of reply, yes.
Can the chair put the motion on the screen, please?
Yes, we can. Motion will come, Councillor Grading. In the meantime, right of reply.
So while everybody's looking at the motion, just quick wrap up of the questions that were received here about whether or not intensification would ever fly in Richmond. I don't think this is set in concrete. It's not because we live in Tasman, people don't like living in urban areas. In fact, we have a massive shortfall of smaller attached dwellings in our district because the demand is outstripping what the market is currently providing. And the market is not entirely driven by one switch. Unfortunately, it's not so simple. We can't just flick one switch and say, oh yeah, we're going to do this competition and the visual concepts, and all of a sudden everything's going to be hunky-dory and we're going to have a massive uptake. It's many, many, many levers in a very, very complex system. A lot of it is controlled by central government. Central government may change, it may not. It may change its policies, it may not. Infrastructure funding, how does central government fund infrastructure? What can we do? What sort of infrastructure do we fund? The design of our transport network, of our transport system, has a massive impact on, how people decide to live and where they decide to live. How we levy rates, that also has an impact. Development contributions. Do greenfield development contributions currently cover 100% of the actual cost, including trunk infrastructure upgrades like a $1.4 billion Hope flyover in their contribution? No, they don't right now. So all of these things incentivize a certain behavior, and I cannot promise that an urban design competition will fix all of those. It certainly won't. Our planning rules are a first step to shift things towards a more permissive system. So it's actually only on par with what we're allowing out in Greenfield, where you can just build as a permitted activity. You build your house, you don't need a resource consent. The moment you want to do something a bit more elaborate in town, you need a resource consent. So that is another thing that we are just in the process of shifting. What I think, and I think that's come out of this debate, is that visual concepts, to actually have a concept to show how this plane change that we're hoping to get through soon could impact Richmond as a positive contribution rather than a threat where people feel, oh no, we're going to get sausage flats right next to where we live and we have shade and all that sort of stuff. Something that actually shows a vision of how this could look in 30, 50 years will be one step towards shifting the dial. It's not everything. So with that said, I'm moving the motion.
And just checking that we're moving the amended motion, which is just the top. So maybe just blow up the yellow bit. So the motion included in the agenda is on page 114, 115, with the amendment as we see on the screen. Just checking with the mover and the seconder as amended. All clear? All those in favour, please say aye. Those against? Carried. We've got one more job before you might get some sustenance. So Anna, please come forward. So page 118, item 7.4. Welcome, Anna.
Thank you, kia ora koutou. I'm happy to take my report as read and answer any questions you may have.
Questions? Board Chair Knowles.
Thank you for moving us into the now. We do have a lot of tracts of land in Golden Bay that have been overlooked. We've also got a lot of reserves in Golden Bay that are possibly reserves that may not be good as reserves anymore. So my first question is this process a way of decommissioning some of those?
Through the chair, so there's two aspects to it. So one of them is the proposals to classify reserves. So that's looking at an inventory of all reserves that are already subject to the Reserves Act. We're not, the only thing we're proposing to do is to give those an actual purpose, because they do not, most of them do not already have one. We're not looking to, if it's just a fee simple parcel that isn't, like say the skate park in Takaka, which is not subject to the Reserves Act, we're not proposing to declare that as a reserve or anything at this point in time. So keeping that thought in mind. And then the second part of the project to review the reserve management plan. part of that process is deciding whether or not what we currently manage as our park and reserve network is what we want to include in the plan. So that's something we can go through as we draft the content. Yep.
Okay, my second question then does relate to the tents, and that we're not going to be moving forward with bringing any pieces of land that haven't been subject to the status of a reserve into a reserve at this point. Have we got any idea of how long that will take before we can do that? I know how long's a piece of string, but also, I'm thinking probably around the village green or the skate park. Are they affected, or is there a bit of wiggle room for some of those pieces of land that aren't necessarily going to be affected?
Yeah, through the chair. So we've followed the same process with every ward to date, and Golden Bay is the last ward to be reviewed. So we've sort of parked declaring any land as reserve. I think the last time council did it was in 2005. And what we're doing is gathering a list of where all those parcels are that could potentially be declared, and what the reserve management plans we've reviewed to date include as policies for those we think should be. And it just says once the Nelson Tents process is complete, we will then do a one-off consultation with all those fee simple parcels across the whole district and consult the public on whether they should be declared as reserves in just one big consultation. When the Nelson Tents will be resolved is something I can't answer. But what we also do is include those fee simple parcels we do want to continue managing as part of our network within the reserve management plan, because we're currently managing them as if they are a reserve, and we'll continue to do so. So we'll provide the management policies and framework. We just have two appendices in the back, one showing all the reserves that are actually subject to the Act, and then all those other parcels that are more subject to the Local Government Act because they're just parks.
So one more question just through the chair. Those ones that aren't, there's actually no legal framework to prohibit certain activities on them if they're not actually a reserve. Even if we're managing them as a reserve, so commercial activity, for instance, can still happen on a reserve, on a non-reserve that's being used as managed as a reserve. Is that right?
So the Tasman Resource Management Plan also has a part here. So pretty much all of our reserves that are just fee simple parcels, parks, would also have an overlay of a planning layer such as open space or recreation, which has its own rules under the TRMP, and that will govern it. And then there's also a part of the Local Government Act for those parcels. It relates to how you can treat parks. So say you wanted to dispose of it, you have to go through a certain process because it is treated as if it's a park. So it's not that there's nothing in place legally. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Butler.
Thank you. Thanks, Anna. I'm happy to move the resolution, and this is the start of a process, and it's finally come to Golden Bay, and we're all kind of starting to think about all these little bits of land all over the place. And certainly, there are bits of fee simple land that, there's been the thought, well, maybe they should be sold or whatever, but we actually won't be doing that now because, of other considerations. So I'm just hoping that you can keep an ongoing dialogue with the community and that you get a good response from the community as you need it moving forward. And this is the start of a process which is going to go right through till 2027.
Thanks, Councillor Butler. A seconder? Councillor Kinnamoth.
I've got a question first, if I may. The 10th case, I thought, was between the Crown and Iwi. Now we've been asked by Wakatu to defer any land status changing. So this is quite a definitive change in the lifestyle of the 10th case, isn't it? It's now looking at land owned by the local council.
Maybe Leith, perhaps, in terms of This practice hasn't changed, Councillor Kinnamoth, in terms of recognising a future outcome. This has been in place for some time.
Through the chair, this isn't a change in our practice. Since I believe 2017, Wakatu has asked council and council has agreed not to, to advise them before changing the status or disposing of any land. So this doesn't change that fundamentally. But I'm happy to have a more in-depth conversation with you about the 10th case. That would be useful.
Thank you. Yeah.
I think, Lee, you already provided that to me, and thank you. Does this come from a letter that was sent by a previous CEO to Wakatu? And that, so it's all generated from that one letter. So where does other iwi sit with this then?
I'm not sure that Lee's going to, anyway, he's going to be able to answer on behalf of any other iwi, but if you can, Lee.
So again, this is just about Wakatu, which is not the iwi of the Te Taitohu. Yeah.
Any other questions or a seconder? No, it's not seconded yet. Councillor Hume, was that you wanting to second it on behalf of?
Well, I'm happy to second it, the resolution, but I wanted to speak to number 9 in the resolution, or section 9, I think it is, which talks about the consultation with the parties, Mohua, the iwi groups, etc. So I think it'd be quite important for us to just clarify. We probably should add the word hapu, which we went through that on the marae and whakatū the other week. It should read te tau hapu, iwi. And I say that because as an example of hapu, the land at the campground at Aorere is owned by 600 owners, and it's under an ahu whenua trust. And those, we need to be able to consult with parties like that in our process. So, and the other comment is about, in terms of the Nelson tents, is that yes, Wakatu did have jurisdiction. The jurisdiction now is in the control of Crown appointed trustees. The High Court, sorry, apologies. The High Court appointed transitional trustees. That's the legal position. Anything that's happening in regard to the Golden Bay lands or otherwise should be communicated to the trustees, the transitional trustees as well, because they've got the legal responsibility here.
Right. Cool. So in terms of a proposed amendment to the resolution, any issue in terms of from
No issues. That's fine.
Any issues with are you happy with that, Siri, as the mover? Yeah. Yeah. So
Well, sorry, sorry, Renee, do you have a comment, seeing I'm the mover of it, about the change?
Renee.
No, I'm happy with all those changes around including hapu, ano and hapu, and also perhaps we do amend that to from Wakatu Incorporation to the High Court appointed trustees. Yeah, and I can provide you with the details for that, Anna.
There's no reference to Wakatu in the resolutions, I don't think. That was just in the report itself. Yeah.
So happy with the one amendment to the resolution?
Yes, I'm happy.
Mover, seconder. Yep. Any other discussion? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. You now have a 30-minute lunch break. 1:05, we'll be back.
Jeez, line up for a sandwich.
Late March. Okay, let's reconvene. Welcome back. Nice lunch. Shuffling in. Okay, brings us to item 7.5 on our agenda packs, page 135. Welcome, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Deputy Mayor, apologies. First, I'd like to introduce James Bagnall, who is part of the wider finance team. James has been with us for 5 years and is the sort of go-to guy for Treasury. Noting as well that we also get independent advice from PricewaterhouseCoopers on a monthly basis about our Treasury portfolio, if you like. So that's a monthly meeting where we look at what's occurring and look to make changes, etc., etc. The big thing about this quarterly Treasury report is we've got an underlying Treasury policy that we need to adhere to. So this report comes back quarterly. It may come back monthly, given the change in structures that are on the agenda later this afternoon. But yeah, James will talk you through it, and then happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. James.
Kia ora koutou. Right, this is quite a complicated report with lots of big graphs in it, but the short version is the council is compliant with all the limits of the Treasury policy and all the limits of the LGFA's multi-issuer deeds. For those of you who don't know, the local government funding agency are the ones who provide most of our funding. At the moment, the cost of borrowing is actually running below budget, which is a mixture of prudence on our part and a lot of good luck. However, there's a lot of uncertainty in the wholesale markets at the moment. The uncertainty is mainly caused by the unpredictability, which means everyone's risk goes up, so everyone makes the rates go up. Just an example of that, most recently, you might have seen that inflation has gone up over the Reserve Bank's target of 3%. So financial markets factored that in with an expectation that rates will go up, and they went down. So we do try our best with what we know, and as Matt said, we do get financial advice, and sometimes we're lucky.
No, essentially happy to open it up to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Mailing, then Councillor Plymouth.
Yeah, it was pleasing to see that the cost of borrowing was gone down, but interestingly, since the latest OCR, the actual wholesale market's gone the other way. And that's the volatility that you're talking about, as I understand it.
Yeah, that's based on scepticism. So the Reserve Bank, they framed it as we've gone down, but not as far as we were going to. However, their OCR trick was lower than the previous one, so everybody said it didn't pass the sniff test.
Councillor Kinnemoth, then Councillor Norbois.
A simple question. Does the LGFA have a separate percentage of loan lending funding? They just got one standard rate across all councils. I'm thinking, does ARC get a different rate than Tasman?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's really dependent on when they go to the LGFA for the funding requirements. So it changes as the market changes. So yeah, it's not, it is what it is, essentially, what they can lock in, how long they want to lock it in for, etc., etc.
Councillor Norbois.
Neubauer, very good. I've got a question about the ETS credits. Oh no, it's actually non-existent now. But just for the future, I can see that the ETS credits are currently going towards being worthless simply because the central government is boosting auction volumes and decoupling the ETS from the Paris Agreement, which means why would you need any? Why would you buy any? So I totally understand why you've sold yours, or why we have sold them. I understand we're now in a position where we hold almost none. Does that put us at risk if the government changes and this whole regime might change and the actual cost of ETS credits goes up again in the future and we might need them?
Through the chair, what we have is no unencumbered ones, or to say we don't have any spare ones, if that makes sense. So we do still hold them. Well, basically, we issue with them every time we grow something that acts as a carbon sink, but we keep them because there's the expectation that as soon as we lose control of that carbon sink, we have to surrender them. So we don't have any unencumbered ones, which, looking at the chart, is probably a prudent idea to sell them.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just note Mike raised his finger, so might want to add something at the back there.
Mr. Drummond.
Mr. Drummond. Sorry.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Look, just a bit of an explanation. We split our ETS credits between encumbered. Encumbered are the ones that are attached to our forestry operations, and unencumbered. And there's a range of reasons why we ended up with a number of unencumbered credits. We've virtually sold all of our unencumbered credits. That released $6 million. $3 million we used to deal with the deficit, or part of the deficit last financial year, and $3 million we put in the Diversified Resilience Fund. So we still hold enough ETS credits to manage our exposure under our forestry operations.
So going forward,
was that a question through the chair, Councillor?
It surely is a question through the chair, Deputy Mayor. So going forward, have we got enough to cover us if we need more, or is there no expectation that we'll need more credits?
Yes, we have sufficient credits. We do a review. It's based, our forestry advisors also look at what the credits are we need in relation to our forest. So I'm really comfortable that we hold sufficient credits for any future liabilities in relation to production forestry. The liability in relation to the regional landfill, obviously for the gas that's released from the regional landfill, is dealt at the regional level by the Joint Committee. So we pay for those as we pay for our landfill charges.
Councillor McNamara, then Councillor Woods.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions. I wonder why we are spending our cash-funded depreciation money, as in there's no increasing distinction between our debt and our reserves. So if we were cash funding depreciation, we should have a built-in reserve that is used for replacing the items that we are funding.
Sorry, was that, do you mean that we should have a cash reserve that we've built up as in like savings accounts?
I'm saying our debt. We currently run in our debt at our maximum borrowing close to ability. If we were cash funding depreciation, which we are supposedly halfway through a process of doing, we should have a reserve in there whereby if a bridge needs replacing, the funds are available.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Essentially, we fund the balance sheet as a whole. So on an individual activity, we're taking out loans, and there's also reserves developing. Or growing, if you like, but ultimately we don't keep cash accounts, obviously with our funded depreciation reserves in them. What we do with that is offset the amount of debt that we've actually got.
Through the chair, I absolutely understand that, but we are borrowing close to our maximum capacity rather than having a amount that's in there of potential borrowing, which should be where the funded depreciation lies. That's money that we can't spend for other things other than the depreciated items that we have supposedly taxed the ratepayer for.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor. I suppose we've got a replacement program in place in our capital program. And that's high. So the funding depreciation is funding that replacement program. So where it's not, we're actually collecting more depreciation than the replacement of the assets actually required. That balance is actually used to offset debt, but the accounting for it, we can see the reserve that we're actually creating. But again, because we fund the whole balance sheet, well, we obviously don't go out to market and get the additional funds if we already have it.
And it slightly explains it, but again, I'll leave that there for the moment. Are we cash funding depreciation on the dam?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the accounting policies for the dam don't require, which is their own CCO, don't require the funding of the depreciation. One thing I would note is I did receive a request from Councillor Killamoth about providing more of an induction around the ins and outs, if you like, of funded depreciation. It is complex and it is worthy of a session in itself, so councillors are really understanding of it. There are a lot of moving parts to it when you have revaluations occurring. You have the length of the asset life is also really key. Your actual depreciation policy. At the moment, we've got a straight line depreciation policy. So there's a huge amount actually happening in that space. And I have been requested, and I think I saw a meeting or an induction session in early February to actually walk you through it in more detail.
Just before we proceed, Mr. Drummond, if you can just outline exactly where our debt cap is in terms of not being exceeded currently on all the measures.
So in terms of council has two debt caps, effectively the one in our treasury policy, which is the one that you're being reported against today. The other debt cap is the maximum that we can borrow under the covenants, the rules around borrowing from the LGFA. So we have some headroom against our cap in the treasury policy. We're relatively close, but we've got several $1 million, in fact tens of millions of dollars there, but quite considerably more in terms of our ability to borrow from the LGFA. The funding the balance sheet as a whole actually saves council money. So why would we go out and borrow at 6% and get 3% on our term deposits, got to put the money in the bank, when we can actually offset those what would be term deposits against that borrowing and take the benefit to council. So it reduces the net finance cost for council. There's a little bit of a misconception. Depreciation is not collected to fund the replacement asset. It's actually collected because you want to charge the current ratepayers for the wearing out of the asset that they are using. What it does in effect is it gives us cash flow, which we use to fund the renewals program. And so it's a positive for us. And that's also why the government's very keen that councils move to fully funding depreciation, because it takes some pressure off the increase in debt that's required to fund our ongoing capital works and renewal program. So in short, we have got significant headroom in our borrowing, and that's not a concern. If that was a concern, we'd be having a different report and a different staff comment for you today.
Councillor McNamara.
Yep. So finally, when we use our creative license to borrow and lend within the council, we charge interest to the borrowing part of the organisation, and yet our largest through loans are to the Waimea irrigators, and we don't charge interest. And I think I saw somewhere in one of the reports that somebody had reviewed it and thought and asked the question why. I'm just wondering, going forward, when the opportunity would be to correct that.
Anybody that can answer. So just remembering we're on the quarterly treasury report in front of us.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Maru, there is a workshop scheduled for the 4th of February dealing with the Waimea Dam. I'm quite happy to go through the finances and other arrangements around the Waimea Dam in some detail there that would help answer Councillor McNamara's question. In short, we don't provide concessional funding to irrigators in regards to the Waimea Dam. There is some pass-through funding where we receive funding from the government at a 0% interest rate, and that is passed through for a part of the share of the irrigator costs and the loans that we have with Waimea Water Limited. So there's a pass-through. We don't provide concessional funding at a cost to ratepayers to irrigators in relation to their share of the dam costs.
Yeah, so just to clarify then, through you, Mr. Chair, there's no LGFA funding that we undertake on behalf of the irrigators.
There is LGFA funding, but we don't provide that to the irrigators at any concessional rate. It's straight pass-through funding. What we pay from the LGFA the irrigators pay effectively through the loans.
Which is my point. If we borrow money within council for the roading department, they pay a premium on the borrowed money.
That is not correct. When we think of the treasury operation as an internal bank, when we lend to the departments who are borrowing typically for their capital works program, they pay the weighted average cost of the borrowing for council. So they don't get any benefit and they don't get any disadvantage. We don't charge internally effectively more than what we charge externally.
Thank you, Mr. Trump. Councillor Woods, then Councillor Morgan.
Thank you, through the Mayor, Deputy Mayor. I think you've just answered my question, but I'm going to double check. And my question was, are we clear of any definition of subsidy by WTO regards subsidisation of export related activity? And this goes back to what you're just talking about, what we're doing for the irrigators.
Yes.
Councillor Morgan and then Councillor Butler.
You, in terms of that question, it would be very helpful to have the report that clarifies. I'm trying to get to grips with user pays, subsidies, 85% depreciation and the likes, and there's no simple picture. So if we could be provided that, that'd be helpful. Thank you. My question is around our debt levels. We had a brief discussion before, so I don't intend to be too testing, Mike, but in terms of our debt levels, what is assets associated with that, the debt, would you consider to be medium high risk?
So council, as I say, funds its balance sheet as a whole. That funding is secured over future rates. So we don't, shall we say, mortgage the house, and we don't put security over our assets. Not many people want to take a security over a wastewater treatment plant. Not exactly easy to sell. That is there. In terms of where our risks lie, we do have some risk. Our risk is in our own lending. That's where we fund community groups in some cases. A number of community groups have loans from council. Waimea Water Limited, as a CCO, has substantial shareholder advances from council. They are secured over Waimea Water Limited assets. And that would be the area that probably has that slightly higher risk. But overall, our lending is actually moderate. And it's well supported by appropriate security and documentation.
My next question was around understanding your treasury model and what's required of you. I see that our total debt, external debt in the report is 427 million, and that our net debt potential is 315. We're running at 287 at the moment. Can you just explain to me why I shouldn't consider some of the flow-through debt sitting on our net debt number from a risk point of view, but also, I mean, I'm looking at it from where the liability will lie. So I'm trying to understand whether it should be, I'm sure it's correct, an external and or our net debt, which paints a different picture.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Maru. The approach we take in the Treasury policy is based on our Treasury advice. The reason that pass-through borrowing to the CCOs, effectively to Waimea Water Limited, is not included in the net debt amount is because we hold an asset on our balance sheet that offsets it. So you can imagine we've borrowed from the LGFA, and the CIL, that's a liability, and we've got this asset, which is the value of the loans to Waimea Water Limited. We net the two off. That's why it's not included in that net debt treasury number. But as you can see from the report, we keep you informed. So we give you all of the numbers in terms of all of our debt. So you can see the gross debt and the net debt. That effectively the lending to Waimea Water Limited is pretty much fixed in place. so we're not going to see an increase in that lending. There is a small amount to go through in the next few years for an irrigator facility that council agreed to, but by and large, you won't see any further pass-through borrowing that has any significant impact on us. The dam is complete and the funding is in place.
So that current policy, current situation, that's presumably supported by the Audit and Risk Committee. Your methodology, is that correct?
The policy has been in place for quite a number of years, probably since about 2017, I would think, 2018. It has been reported up, I believe, through the Audit and Risk Committee, but I'm quite happy that if it makes councillors more comfortable to take a report on the Treasury policy through Audit and Risk.
I suppose my last comment was that when I read the WWL and WIL reports, there's clearly a significant process that officers are advising the council to support. I'm wholly supportive of that, and a little bit more accountability in the structure. It's not clear who's actually providing information to the shareholder, in our case, Tasman District Council. So it would be helpful to get that sorted out. And I'm not clear, for instance, whether there's any arrears on irrigating rentals or charges. Totally in the dark. And it gives me an uncomfortable sense, that's all. Kia ora.
Thanks, Councillor Morgan. Councillor Butler, and I think Councillor Manning, you're happy to move. So also looking for a seconder.
Okay, well, I'm happy to second. Yeah, I just wanted to go to the very last item, number 9, which is about the LGFA environmental, social and governance borrowing. And I think it's, it's been we've sort of seen this journey of LGFA actually investing in or supporting councils to invest in the well-beings, and given that they're being removed from the Local Government Act now, it's it's interesting to see that the LGFA is actually offering reduced interest rates for councils who support it, and I see that council staff will be reviewing how we can assist with reporting tracking against these factors. And do you think that this will actually impact, will this be able to be followed through so that we do actually get reduction of interest rates in some of our loans? Or, I mean,
through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Yes. Essentially, last week, I've been to a number of LGFA borrowing days over the last few years where all the councils can go along and sort of get an update. And certainly the green loans, if you like, have been a big part of that, what they're pushing. We had a meeting last week with LGFA on site, and one of the colleagues of the principal guy was in that green team, if you like, so sort of expanded on what was available. Anna Garrity, who was just presenting, is also aware of that from a climate sort of position. So it is something that we are aware of and are considering. It's just a matter of giving it the time, or having the time to go through it all, if you like. There's always a few strings attached, as you can imagine, with that sort of stuff. So it's just important that we sort of get our house in order before we go out there. But certainly, it sounded pretty good what they could offer, and not even in terms of a single loan, but sort of what that could do across the TDC portfolio, because we were going into that sort of green type loans. So yeah, there's certainly potential there that would help with our interest rate effectively.
thanks for that, because we have, I think we talked about how council can find other ways of actually supporting the well-beings in our community, and this is one of them. Yeah.
Thank you. So we've got a move, mailing, seconded, Butler. Yep. To receive report, items in favour, say aye. Against, carried. you just flick your microphone off, Councillor Morgan, you're going to jam us up. Please, thank you. So now we are at 7.6. Back in your hands, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I am being joined by my colleague Paul Egan, who is our team leader of management accounting area. So he has 3 or 4 staff. One of his responsibilities is the production of the quarterly report. Again, this will probably end up being a monthly report back to council in the new year. Paul is going to present the report now. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, kia ora koutou. Thanks, Matt. These are the results for 4 months ended 31 October 2025. You will all have read the report. The short story of the report is that the results are shaped by the weather event, and the costs of that are substantial. The weather event has resulted in obviously a lot of unplanned operating expenditure and has delayed and probably displaced both planned operating and capital expenditure as resources were reprioritised. So while the headline accounting deficit at year to date at 6.5 million versus 6.1 million is not far from the year to date budget amount, the impact can be seen in the balanced budget benchmark, which is lower than our budget, and net debt being higher due to a lot of those weather event related costs being paid up front by council, and then we have to wait for government subsidies and insurance recoveries to come in over time. CapEx has obviously been displaced by the event, and also some of the BAU expenditure of the council, planned maintenance, contractually obligated items and maintenance contracts. Some of that will have been pushed into the second half of the year. And I would expect our results to show that in the second half of the year as some of that BAU expenditure gets caught up on. So I might just hand over to Matt, who's got a bit more of an update on some other areas.
No, I don't actually. I went first, so no. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor Maley.
Right. Well, thanks for the report, Paul. I was interested to see if there was any update, because there's a number of agencies, be it insurance or be it NZTA and be it others, that are going to help fund some of the repairs from the weather events. So has there been any update since you did the report about that funding coming forward?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, certainly NZTA have actually opened up the tool, if you like, that enables us to make a claim for one. There's a 91% FAR rate for one part of it, the emergency recovery, if you like, and an 81%. So I think we're expecting about a 6.5 million payment before 30th of January. 31st of December, but by rights it should come in the next week or so, we expect. In terms of the insurance, that's a more difficult one to answer. We're certainly doing work in that space. I have a meeting with the TDC employee that sort of is looking after that, but it's a much longer and slower pace. So yeah, that's the update.
So I think there was another one or two organisations on top of that as well. One was the government department, I think. Was it MB or someone else? NEMA. Any progress on those?
Again, with NEMA, we're certainly discussing to it. They're the 40% of the claim, if you like, or the 60% of the claim. Aon is the 40. MB have actually given us smaller drops of funding already up front, be it the meal relief. They gave funding for some resources that we had to bring on immediately post the event. The other big one is solid waste. Go for it.
Yeah. MFE, Ministry for the Environment, have given us $1 million upfront funding for silt and debris removal as well.
Councillor Norpo, then Councillor Ellis, and Councillor Woods.
Thank you. You mentioned the significant cost from weather-related events. I'm not entirely sure whether you're the right people to ask this question, but since you brought up the cost, I might have a crack at this. Are you aware of whether any of the costs, that the damage can be linked or could be linked or attributed directly back to private land use activities or practices? And if so, are we making any attempt to recovering these costs from private entities?
That is outside the scope of my knowledge as an accountant.
Thank goodness that was the answer you gave. I don't know if anybody else has an opinion. It seems like Councillor Ellis.
Thank you, through you, Chair. One question, you may not be able to answer this one either, but I'm very well aware that NEMA, when you are applying to be refunded expenses, can be very particular about the types of receipts that we retain down to the minutest detail. Are we pretty confident that we've got the correct information that we're passing through, that we can be a bit more successful than other areas where?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Deputy Mayor, sorry, goodness me. Look, the short answer is I'm not 100% sure. Certainly, that's the detail that they've required in the past. I see Mr. Kirby in the background; he might add to that. But there's certainly a process in place. It's all done off purchase orders. We have received invoices, etc. The devil's in the detail, though. When you get an invoice for $40,000 and it's got a paragraph about what it is, it could be that NEMA, Aon are actually wanting more information. So. I'm not sure if Richard wants to
Yeah, NEMA fund two parts. There's the welfare part of the response that they fund, and that works through our Nelson Tasman emergency management team. They largely collate those costs and forward them through. The other part is what Matt's been talking about, and that's the 60% of the insurance cover. And generally, NEMA, until the insurers are happy with their bit and that's when they pay. They don't pay out 40% until the insurers have signed it all off.
Thank you. And second question, just looking at our expenses, and our employee costs have been pretty high. Maybe you could answer this, maybe somebody else could. My assumption is that that is to do with the weather event as well. Does that account for that full amount of increase in staff costs, or is it a costing that may balance out over the year?
Through Mr. Deputy Mayor, certainly yes. The people that we brought on were tended to be fixed termers rather than contractors, so they actually impacted the salary line. What you're looking at there is just that salary line. I already mentioned that we got some funding for some of those resources, so there is an offset in the other part of the profit and loss, if you like. Certainly overall, we're trending on track in terms of meeting it. At the moment, it's looking like it's over, but we have got a vacancy lag, etc. Or sorry, a natural lag as people depart the organisation and come on. So it's not looking too bad actually. 4 months into the year.
Excellent, thank you.
Councillor Woods.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just looking at development contributions, currently tracking about 1.2 million against over 4, so about 25%. At what point does this become a glip, or just a blip, to a trend that should be factored into the LTP?
Yeah, well, it certainly will be factored into the LTP. Essentially, we do the development contribution update every 3 years. So what actually happens with that, if the revenue, which we're seeing now, is not what we expected, it means the account is further in deficit, if you like. So that deficit has to be recovered by somebody, i.e. the developers, because it's a closed account, if you like. So certainly we look at the opening position, if you like, of the development contribution accounts, of which we've got the roading one and then 3 more across the Tasman. So yeah, that essentially gets factored in, and we look to recover that going forward if our revenue projections weren't correct, as they would appear to be at this early stage of the year.
Thank you. And so flying through to that, I think the expectation for 10 years is about 4,000 new dwellings from my memory. So if 25% continues or gets worse, we're 1,000 dwellings or less, which is a considerable impact on infrastructure costs, actually everything.
Yeah, no, definitely. So one of the key parts to the long-term plan is actually our growth model. So that's a piece of work that's already kicked off and will be brought back to councillors, so you're aware of, you know, how that all plays out, if you like. But yes, definitely a drop in growth has implications for our balance sheet, if you like, and for the developers in terms of less. But we still need to build the same infrastructure perhaps to connect people. So a huge part of it is that growth model.
Councillor McNamara, then Councillor Gully.
Deputy Mayor, just in 4.92, where you're speaking about the emergency related expenditure, there'll be an unbudgeted local portion of maintenance expenditure that will be financed by debt in the short term. These one-off amounts will have to be recovered through higher council income in future years. I mean, that's one opinion or option. Surely we have other options, as in we may have to apportion other income within council to that, as opposed to raising council's income.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So certainly, as part of the annual plan, we've talked about a recovery levy, if you like, because of the emergency event. At the moment, we're proposing 5 years. We're coming back to council on Wednesday, and that's part of the discussion as to, yes, whether you stop doing other work, perhaps to recover the $12 million that we think it was where it will land. Caveats around that. But yeah, that will come back to council and it'll be part of your annual plan decision, essentially, as to how you want to fund that further out. Equally, there's you potentially could look at your current year and in terms of what you could do to actually stop doing things to absorb some of that cost. That's as was discussed in the annual plan, suitably tricky and more of a long-term plan, annual plan discussion.
Agreed. Thank you. Just table 3, I think. Community facilities has got a minus 551,000, I presume. Figure. I'm just wondering what that is.
That will be either a capital carry out or a transfer that's happened. So I can't remember the detail of that in particular, but during the carryovers process that we do a couple of months into the year, where we're looking at changes to the capital program and unspent capital that we're looking to carry forward. Sometimes we're carrying unspent monies forward into the new financial year. Sometimes things have changed and we're pushing stuff out. So I think that's why I'm pushing it out to a future year.
So just the fact that it's in red and minus means it's not spent and being pushed out.
Yeah, essentially through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Yeah, essentially that they are, as Paul said, they don't require it this year. It's actually not, so there's no point sort of asking for it. So the idea is we push it out. So essentially that 591, I couldn't swear on a Bible, will be part of the annual plan considerations, the annual plan capital program.
Councillor Gully, then Councillor Butler.
You partly answered what my question is going to be 2 questions ago, but it's around the flood recovery. And we know that central government put in 91% of the initial lot, still left us with some. When we first got a presentation from you people a few weeks ago, the assessment done on the damage was only about 20% or so. So it was hard to estimate what is going to be our liability when it's all assessed. Do you know if 50, 80, 90% of that damaged infrastructure has been assessed? Because that's going to have a huge impact on our debt.
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, I agree completely. I don't know about the 40%, to be honest. It's not something I feel like I would have said because I'm not actually sure, nor am I about how much we know if it's moved on to 80 or 90%. it's certainly in the transportation space, for example, that's where the NZTA 91%, 81% comes from. And I think it's more solid on that. With the rivers, just talking to David just the other day, he's still going through and assessing that. I don't know if we've got somebody in the room to give an update, but that certainly could be a report that comes back to council. I know we brought something to council in early September, so it could be something that we sort of come back with and give an update more just around the whole weather emergency event, etc.
Can I maybe if I could add through you, Deputy Mayor? There's a number of conversations which are ongoing as we explore the understanding of the damage in that space, and a lot of those are ultimately conversations that we have to have together with NEMA and with our insurers. So it would be imprudent to provide a subjective assessment of how far through that process we are at the moment. But as soon as we know, we'll come back to you.
Fine, thank you. Another question, Councillor Gillett? Is that Councillor Butler?
Thank you. Just continuing on sort of in the same theme really, but as we have to adjust our spending because of the weather events, I think it's really, really important that we're totally transparent with the community that we're doing this, and it's because of the weather events, because we're going to have the ocean is going to keep on warming, and so we're going to have greater intensity of rain, so we're going to have more. It's not like this is just a one-off and we won't have any more. So I think we need to, I was making a comment now, I don't, it would be good to hear your comment, but I'm just, we need to start now to actually be very clear what our spending is in response to these climate change driven weather events.
Thank you, Councillor Butler, and I guess that's where we're heading in terms of the AP and the LTP. Can I have a mover and a second to receive this report?
I'm happy to move.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Second to Councillor Ellis. All those in favour of question, Councillor Morgan?
Question. My question is around the additional costs and actually where it's literally falling on the landscape. And by saying that, I'm wanting to get a picture of where the damage was done, the financial cost of it, but that data is retained in our system because it's going to be part of our future planning processes. At the end of the day, we're helping people out, but getting back to the conversation over here, we will have to review potentially, if there's a will, how we're going to address these ongoing issues. We've got no reserve made by other councils. That's winging it to me. So this the data, I wouldn't like to see it lost and that we don't have the picture because it'll make a valuable contribution.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. I suspect the data is going to be in front of us constantly going forward in terms of some of the tough conversations we have in our settlements. So moved by Councillor Butler, seconded by Councillor Ellis. All those in favour, please aye. Aye. Against? Carried. 7.7. So thank you.
Thank you.
It's good. I enjoyed it. Jeremy. If you want to page number 153, item 7.7.
Can you write the questions out?
You should be a politician. In your hands, Jeremy.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. First, I'd just like to say I think this is the first time I've actually come in front of the new council. So just welcome. My name is Jeremy Butler. For those I haven't met, I'm the team leader for the urban and rural policy team. So involved in the writing and administration of the district plan. So I'll take my report as read. The background very briefly is that we sought and obtained a resolution at the end of the last council to notify Plan Change 81 and Change 1 to the regional policy statement, I should say. I won't go back into that in any detail, except that as part of that resolution, we had authority to make minor amendments. And there was one matter which isn't a minor amendment, and that was confirmed by legal advice from Leith. And so I'm seeking essentially an additional resolution to include an additional condition within that plan change, which relates to acoustic noise, and I'm sure you'll have read it. So as part of the framework of our new medium density residential zone, and where essentially townhouses or intensification is enabled alongside busy roads that are noisy, we should be able to have a condition or a requirement that there's acoustic insulation. So it's as simple as that, really, that I'm seeking that we're able to have a condition in that we build into that rule. It wasn't a minor amendment, so I need to come back for that change prior to notification of Plan Change 81. Happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Norbar, and then Councillor Welling.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I remember Chris Bishop making public comments about Juliet balconies and how planning rules are pushing up the cost of housing, and he feels that lower standard of housing is preferable to having no housing and people sleeping in cars or unregistered tiny homes. I'm just adding this last bit. I am very much for high standards of living, if we can agree on those as a society, and I think we need to. But how does this amendment or this condition that you're advocating for here sit with the Incoming Planning Act? Isn't this exactly the sort of stuff that the Housing Minister is trying to, or the RMA Minister is trying to strip out of our planning system?
Potentially. We're yet to see the final form of that. At the moment, we're still working under the Resource Management Act. So, and for the next number of years, we will be. It is a number of years. I haven't done exactly the calculations of the new legislation that dropped yesterday, but we will be transitioning to that new system. But under the Resource Management Act, it's still a matter. Human health is still a consideration, and I think it's a very important one. Also, from the background work I've done, it's actually very cheap. It's actually relatively cheap to do this kind of stuff. It can involve just simply a ventilation fan if you need to keep your windows shut in order to meet minimum noise, maximum noise levels within bedrooms, and you need your windows to be shut. You basically need a very cheap ventilation system, and it's absolutely standard within the building industry. I've spoken to several colleagues in other in cities, and they've been doing it for a long time. So within higher density urban areas, we need to be able to keep noise out from busy roads and things. I understand it's very standard for builders. Where we end up, I'm not sure. All I can do is the best job I can now.
Through the Deputy Mayor, I'm very happy that you added this bit about costs, because it's good to understand where this actually sits relative to the overall housing price.
Councillor Bailey.
Thanks for the report, Jeremy. Isn't this very similar to what NZTA required along Berryfields in the Railway Reserve? Because I had a friend who was looking at building there, and he had a similar requirement.
Yeah, the context is that NZTA have been doing this for a long time. They've been showing up to both plan change processes and also resource consent processes and arguing for these conditions to go on, that houses within X distance, often 60 metres of the white line, should put in insulation to X standard. We really learnt this lesson out of Plan Change 29 from Nelson, and what happened with them is the same thing happened, that they didn't include a condition in the plan change. NZTA came along and put a submission in saying we want this restriction along the state highway, and then they got into trouble because submitters said, well, what about Waimea Road? That's just as busy, but it's not a state highway. So because NZTA was more concerned about the reverse sensitivity on them, if the road is noisy, they're going to have to reseal with asphalt or low noise, yada, yada. So we're kind of flipping that round and saying, well, actually, where we've got busy roads, if you're rebuilding with townhouse, and this rule would only apply to our comprehensive redevelopment. So you're building some modern attached homes, they're going to be double glazed anyway. If they're within the distance of the road, and I'll come back to that point in a second, then you should be checking that they have a good livable noise standard. because when this sort of different style of building more compact, and you may be potentially 2 or 3 story closer to the road, that noise can be, trucks going past, that insulation is necessary. So just getting slightly off topic, and I've put it in the report that there are more elegant ways of doing it, which we will try and do. I haven't had time, and that's to do with actually some very simple modelling, where we can actually, into our planning maps, put in a line, basically a noise contour it's called, where that contour will come and go depending on the topography and depending on other buildings that are there, so that people will only get caught if it has been absolutely demonstrated through modelling that the noise will be over that level. So we're going to start off, for the purposes of notification, just with a 60-metre corridor either side, but through some further work which we'll introduce through the process, we'll be able to pull that down so that it's much more bespoke, and you're really only picking up those homes that may be affected in the real world.
I'm happy to move the report. Thank you, Councillor Maley. Councillor Walker, then Councillor McNamara.
Thank you through you, Deputy Mayor. So, Judge, I sit here listening to the corridor that you've shared, and I 100% appreciate that we're doing it because of human health. But I grapple when you say it's cheap to do. So I don't really get what the cheap, what are you measuring your cheap to do against? And I guess I just want it to be clarified that, it all comes at a cost. And we grapple with the need for housing in our community. We grapple with what it's like for a very big group of people who are growing in numbers on not being able to access any kind of secure housing. So when we sit here and we make a public statement that it's cheap to do, I do question what cheap looks like. And the second part that I just want some clarity around is the parameters of where we're going to make this piece, who has to comply with this new ruling. So when you say you're going to do a contour of work of where this noise control needs to be, it would have been really good to have known what that was now when we're voting something in, as opposed to we give you the consent and then you come back and go, oh, but we've added this. A bit like Plan Change 29, we've learnt from that, but now we've extended it. So I'd like to have known what the scope was of the area that you intend to put this in. And sorry if it's in the report and I haven't understood it.
Okay, on the cost, I am a lay person. I'm not a technical in this area, but from my understanding, if you, let's say, okay, let's take the example of the Kaingora houses down along Gladstone Road. You've gone from a situation of living in a house that windows can be opened on all sides to potentially only being able to open the window on one side, because you've got 2 houses on either side of you. You've got party walls. If the only window you can open is against the road, then you're getting all the noise of that road. You're getting early morning trucks waking up babies. You've got all of that kind of stuff. So essentially, you need to be able to have that window closed, and all modern windows are double glazed, have that window closed and have another source of ventilation. So you just need to be able to get some fresh air in to keep the heat down and keep the ventilation without having to have that window open. It's as simple as that. And actually having that source of ventilation is quite simple. And we could rely on builders or developers to do that. But the normal thing to do that I understand is not contested by anybody in other centres is that you build it into that redevelopment rule. The Building Act aspect of it, the Building Act only deals with the safety and those aspects of the building. We're dealing with an environmental effect here, a cross-boundary effect of noise, which brings it into the RMA space and the resource management space. So that's why we're doing it sort of through this process. Now I've forgotten what your second question was.
The second one was about the map.
Yeah, about mapping. Thank you. Yes, you're right. I haven't been in control of the time frame. Any day now, we could get a letter from the minister saying more or less, yep, you've got agreement, go, because once we get that, we'll be on a set time frame and we will have to notify as quickly as we can. I have got the people, Styles Group as the consultant working on this. They're working on it as we speak, but this was the only council meeting I could come to before well into next year. And if I didn't have this, I wouldn't be able to include it in the notification. So I took a decision to go with kind of a very generic 60 metres either side, but through the process we will be able to refine that through this modelling work, which will take into account existing buildings and the actual. So if you build in this location here, you may not have to do it. If you build in this location here, which is more prone to noise, you would have to do it. So it would be much more effect-based, less generic.
Councillor McNamara, then Norbor, then Kinmoth, then Fennyhoff. We've got a lineup. And Alice. Oops, I missed Alice.
Thank you. I have very similar concerns to Councillor Walker. So, in terms of the acoustic thing, are we saying that 100 km/h road will be, if we have any of those left in the district, will they be the same as a 40 km/h road?
No, absolutely. So I didn't get our experts here to talk to you today, and perhaps I should have, but the noise modelling is very much dependent on speed and vehicle and volume. So they take the volume of traffic, which we measure, the speed of traffic, which we know, they add a growth component to it, and then calculate how far away from the road that noise above whatever decibel level would go. And then that takes into account existing buildings. So if you're building behind an existing building, even if you're within that 60-metre corridor, you wouldn't have to do any of this stuff. So it really is a small corridor along our busiest roads that you would have to do this. Everywhere else, there's no restriction. There's no requirement, I should say, to do this work.
So again,
so yes, it does take that into account.
Once we start drawing lines on a map, 60 metres is bad, 61's okay, which you're saying is going to be addressed through other measures later on.
Well, yes, except yes, there would be a line where it might be in a certain place, it might be 40 metres, 41, okay, but you've got to draw a line somewhere.
Well, do we? You're telling us we have to draw a line. So yeah, that's
well, short of doing a bespoke noise assessment for every site, then that's actually a more efficient way of doing it. And so for the relatively slow roads, for your 40 or 50 km/h roads, it will. You can be very sure. I haven't got the maps in front of me. It will be basically that first row of houses. If you're building townhouses up against Gladstone Road, maybe Salisbury Road, High Street, then that would be a requirement for those.
Yes. So in terms of efficiency, through the chair, you're saying installation costs are relatively cheap. Maybe all they have to do is provide a fan, but that's not the end cost. We've also got a compliance cost. What's that going to add to the process?
Well, that compliance cost is through the consent process. So when building consent comes in, all building consents are already checked for consistency against the resource consent. So they would need resource consent for a comprehensive development, let's say to build 4 townhouses. They say, yep, we're going to comply with all of these conditions, including this one here. They get issued their resource consent, then they put in their building consents, and the consent plan checker, which is currently what they do, will go through it and say, yep, are they ticking off all of the things that they said they'd do? Yes, they are. Here's the ventilation. They meet it. That's the only compliance cost. They go and build it according to those plans. If somebody one day in the future then walls it up and plasters it in, then that's not something we can control.
So just for clarity, through the chair, I'm hearing you saying that we're going to do bespoke measurements, so it may not be this for that. I mean, it sounds to me like there's a whole lot more cost there somewhere.
No. So that's only at the plan change stage. So only at the stage of notifying plan change 81. As well as that, we would notify a noise contour along just these busy roads to say if you're within and this contour has been worked out, modelled, based on the number of decibels we can expect from that road. Once those lines are in the district plan, then there's no further cost. A developer can see if they're inside or outside of those lines. So there's no further cost to council apart from just the consent process.
For it to be more bespoke, for example, if a townhouse building goes up here, the person behind it is going to be shielded from the noise.
Correct.
They won't have to. So your line is going to be.
Well, eventually, and they can say, so when they lodge that resource consent application, they can say, yes, technically we breached that one here. Every development like this is going to need a consent, and they'll say this one here is out of date because of the building that's been put in front, and that's something that's checked through the consent process. So yeah, that is something that can happen. The existing environment can change. The other tool that we do have, I know I said before that we're working under the RMA, which we are, the new Planning Act, which will bring in new rules, allows us to change the district plan based on resource consent. So if resource consent is issued, we're actually able to change the district plan, which is a good thing, I think, without going through the plan change process. So if somebody does it, we can say, okay, that's cool, that's done that. That affects the noise contour. We can now bring the noise contour back. So that's a power we're going to have in the future too.
Good for the following ones, not the one doing it. Finally, question. So what's the cost of implementing this to us now? So we're going to have staff report required to.
The cost of implementing it is, I think, effectively zero. It's really one more condition to, well, there's a small cost in doing that modelling.
That's what I'm talking.
Okay, sure. Which is covered within our BAU costs for a consultancy costs for Plan Change 81, and it was in the order of about $10,000 for all of the work on the noise, acoustic noise modelling and advice.
Councillor Noble, and then Councillor Kinmoth, then Councillor Fernikoff, then Councillor Ellis.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Say after me, Neubauer.
Let me try again. Councillor Neubauer.
Fantastic, excellent. Look, I've got a question just pretty much digging into the question that Councillor McNamara had there about how applicants satisfy this condition. Would this require a report, an independent report from an acoustic engineer to satisfy your condition?
I don't know. I don't think from an acoustic engineer. I understand that there are, for given materials and building design construction standards, there are pre-calculated noise levels that are almost off the shelf, if you like.
It's an acceptable solution.
It's an acceptable solution. Thank you. Yes, I haven't got all the lingo from the building.
Cheap.
Thank you, Councillor Kinmoth. If you've forgotten your question, oh, you're somewhere else at the moment. Councillor Ellis, you take Councillor Kinmoth's topic. We'll come back to you.
Oh.
Councillor Ellis, then we'll come to you.
Sorry. Yeah. Do you want it?
Councillor Fernhoff, my apologies.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Ellis. And thanks for your report. I know that there have been a lot of questions about the building costs. I also worry about that. And I do see in the financial implications here, it says 0 to 2% of the building cost paid for by the developer or by the builder, which is offset by the potential millions of dollars that would be saved, according to this, given by NZTA, that millions of dollars measured annually in the costs for health and social impacts of road noise exposure. So I think that was an important number to consider. And then my question that I have is on the back of Councillor Walker's question, which also Councillor McNamara spoke about, with the change from the 60 meters into the contoured map. When you give notice and when comms are made, will there be in the communication, I don't know, a little bullet point saying that this is subject to change instead of saying one thing and then coming out and changing it and saying something? Just in those initial communications, will it be clear that it's adaptable?
Yes, absolutely.
Cool. Thanks.
Councillor Ellis.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Jeremy, sorry if I touch on something that's in the report because I've just suddenly had, brain spasms. I think I have about 3 or 4 questions. So we've listed under Plan Change 81, these are the roads that we've identified with 2,000 traffic movements. Does this prevent or enable other roads that may have that number of traffic movements within the area to be added, or would they have to be done through a separate process?
They would need to be done through a separate process. So we would, I mean, you could do it by criteria to say any road that has this number of vehicle movements and this speed and that sort of thing, but that's not what we're doing. We would be identifying on maps where this applies.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Does this allow for those developing upon those areas to do any noise studies that could exempt them from the 60-metre rule until we got the contouring in place?
Well, the rules wouldn't come into effect. So let's say everything fell over and it went through as is, just with the 60 metre, which is a legitimate way to do it. And lots of councils just do it that way. They just say within 60 metres of the white line, you've got to do X. We would try and be a bit more nuanced than that. So if they wanted to seek an exemption to that, yes, that's what the resource consent process is. So they can say, we need a consent anyway, we're not meeting conditions X, Y, and Z, and one of them could be the acoustic for these reasons. So if there's exceptional circumstances, that's what the consent process is for, and our consent planners will look at it and say, yep, sweet, that's fair enough, makes sense for those circumstances, and through it goes. Or no, you're just doing it, this will have potential effects. There's no reason why you shouldn't be doing this. So that's the consent process.
And this can be my last question because I had another couple of comments, but people have covered them. Given that we have a thermal noise layer within quite a number of areas here, that can mean that noise that comes from one spot goes up, hits the thermal layer and comes back louder, and can travel quite substantial distances. I can talk to you about a prime example. So I'm guessing that hasn't been covered either within this area, because potentially there is some noise there. Well, I know for a fact there is noise from some activities in our region, and certain weather conditions are louder further away than they are at the actual point of that noise making. So I just want to check that everything's not going to get caught up in that issue either. No thoughts come to that at all?
No, well, without being a physicist, I'm not sure that that's actually possible. But
well, I know a sound engineer that has shown it, prove it. Okay, I can give you great examples of exactly how that works in our region.
I'll definitely stay out of that one. No, the intention here is not to try to deal with every issue. It's very much a road noise. What I would also say, though, is that any other noise producing activity like that will be subject to the zone rules. So if we're talking about speedway, they'll be subject to resource consent rules and so on and so forth. So there are zone rules for industrial zone, residential zone, commercial zone about how much noise you can produce. So that's where you deal with issues like that.
Councillor Kinmoth. And still looking for a seconder, and then Councillor Neuenbauer. Neuenbauer? Work with me.
Neubauer.
Neubauer.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, Mr. Maru, sir. A couple of questions. There's 18 streets you've identified here. State Highway 660, Champion Road, Waimea West Road, William Street, Washbourne Drive. You look perplexed.
No, I'm not perplexed.
Okay.
I'm preparing my answer.
Arrive at them, and was it from noise complaints?
We arrived at them because they are all greater than 2,000 vehicle movements per day. And the reason I was looking perplexed is because I gave you a long list. There is some refinement to go. So I gave you the maximum list. As we do this modelling, it may be that gets pulled back. Potentially. So we absolutely focused on just making this. We don't want to impose a restriction where it doesn't need to be. It's just where we've got really noisy roads and we're building close to those, much closer, and with this different typology, that we want to be able to have the insulation in place.
So you've given us a list, which might not be a list, but you might take some roads off it. So it's still in a state of flux, you're telling me then?
Well,
subject to this report that you're going to do?
Yes, and it is also subject to submissions. So we have a whole process to go through. So if you cast your mind back, you remember this is just the start of a plan change process.
Wait for it. Councillor Neubauer.
Whoa, it's getting there.
I've just 3 different people have just respelt your name for me, so
I'm doing a good job. Quick question. Do we know if the flight paths to our airport result in a similar noise effect as 2,000 vehicle movements per day on our roads?
No, we don't.
Is that something we should investigate as part of this?
I don't think we can, because the Resource Management Act only applies, and I think it's only under a height ceiling of 200 meters, and there's been case law on that. So essentially, aviation is not subject to the Resource Management Act.
So not even the effects resulting from it?
No, and that's been very well established through case law.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. It's been a problem for about 40 years of the RMA. Well, maybe whether a problem, but an uncertainty, and it's been through the courts on several occasions, including through the Motueka aerodrome. It was addressed, and I think there has now been. There used to be no aircraft, no impact of aircraft was considered under the RMA, and then I think court judgments made it under 200 meters could be considered. Above 200 meters, no.
All right, we have a mover in terms of Councillor Manning. Is there somebody willing to second? Councillor Fennyhoff. Fennyhoff?
Fennyhoff.
Right, that's it. So let's just reflect on standing orders, and for the next half hour that I'm sitting here, we will now go back to first names. Moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Right. Moving on. So 7.8's gone. 7.9, Steve.
Yeah, I think it's fair. You've been referred to as the mayor for most of this afternoon, Deputy Mayor. So you can get a few wrong.
Okay. 8166, item 7.9.
I'm delighted to be before you presenting this report. I take the report as read, but before I answer any questions, there's a couple of things that I want to point out. So first and foremost, it's a little bit unusual for this kind of report to come before council, and certainly before full council, because it is actually concerning itself with the routine replacement of items of material and building that are part of our budgeted expenditure on repairs and maintenance. However, in conversation with the mayor, when I talked about the need to do some of these things, we felt that this early in the triennium, with a number of new elected members who may well have had conversations with their constituents, we thought that it was in the interest of our community to give elected members the opportunity to have a conversation about what happens in their chamber. So with that context, I'm here to have a conversation about how we might like to invest in this chamber, particularly the technology and some of the items of furniture. And I'm happy to take any questions. No kind of acoustic baffling at all.
Thanks, Brent.
You're welcome.
2 big ticket items on that list are carpet tiles and sound insulation, if I remember rightly. Can you give us a little bit of a background of your thinking, why those are on there?
I certainly can, because if we ever move the furniture away from the configuration we've had here now, and prior to this to have a function in this room, most of which involve members of the public, and that's why I've done it. 2 things. First of all, the carpet is disgusting because of the nature of its wear, and secondly, the location of these different floor ports and the power supplies and things that we have around often see us with an orange road cone in the middle of our floor when we are presenting items to the public and things like that, and it just doesn't look very good. That's the first item with regard to the carpet. The second one is that when I talk about covering the walls, it's these 2 red walls. The fabric on the wall, I think, dates back to 1982. And I don't know when it dates back to, but it's a fair old while ago. Not only does it collect dust and all of those other wonderful things, the soundproofing between this chamber and the foyer outside is minimal. And what we have noticed since we've been using an increased audiovisual presence in chamber and presentations is that many of the conversations that are held in this room can be heard quite clearly out in the corridor. On a day like today, why are you bothered? Because the doors are open at both ends. I point out we're in open session. If this was a closed session of council, this door here at least would be closed, and the public are a pretty reasonable distance away from us over there. So we felt that there was the opportunity to put some acoustic panelling up on the walls to help soundproof the room.
Through Brent. Another big ticket item I found on there were $682 worth of batteries per item for these things. That seems quite a lot. Is that the most efficient way of providing the functions that we need here?
That's through you, Deputy Mayor. Yes.
Councillor Dave, let's stay with this.
Thank you, and through you, Brent. Just around the motion itself being approved, can we give them the opportunity to go item by item if we are not wanting to do everything?
I guess I'm at the whim of the members that make up this council, but I guess if we come back to Mr. Mannett's first statement, this would normally be an operational aspect in terms of what's in front of you. I guess it's the environment where we make decisions, and staff have put together a package that is well under what the original package was, significantly less than technology costs that I was aware of earlier on, to get it to a point where we can do our job. And the line item this, I'm hesitant, but council, so okay. So in terms of, yeah.
I can clarify. I've stood on a platform of core infrastructure and avoiding unnecessary expense. In this proposal is a mixture of what is required and what is nice to have. And so I can't support it in its entirety, but I certainly accept Steve's position that parts of it are necessary.
Right. Councillor, I've got a list, haven't I? Okay. Let's come back to process. So at the moment, Councillor Malling's happy to move in its entirety. Is there a seconder for it being moved in its entirety?
Yes.
Councillor Butler. So we'll just continue the conversation. So moved, Malling, second Butler. Anything else, Dave? Actually, this is pretty informal, isn't it? Councillor McNamara.
Hey, thank you. So just in terms of the on the line item about technology, I was here when I wanted the camera up there to video the meetings and was told it wasn't possible. We'd have to have this fancy thing spinning around in the room, which no longer exists, and we'd have pop-up screens and things. I'm just wondering what money we're spending in this regard.
Well, the money that I'm seeking to spend in this regard is what's in the paper. The camera that you referred to that's no longer up there was repurposed and is now in the Motueka Library and has been doing very good service for the last 3 years.
Sorry, I'm just wondering what the money is going towards. Are we not investing in another spinny camera or pop-up screens, or?
No, the money that we want to invest is line items under 6.4. There's 11 items there. Specifically, the things we're talking about is from 3 through 11. There's no spinny cameras in there at all.
Okay. Yeah.
Welcome back, Mr. Mayor.
Sounds like things have been going swimmingly. Councillor Fernihay, and then Councillor Walker, and then Councillor Morgan.
Thank you, Mayor. One quick question through the Mayor. Is it possible to have the provision of power outlets without the above desk privacy panels?
Oh, yeah. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be voting against this. I know that it has been, moved and seconded, but we've heard it quite clearly from our community that they don't like seeing the backs of our heads when you sit where you are right at this moment, Mr. Manners. And I know from Public Forum today, there is a couple of our public who actually can't hear us when they're sitting there, and they've driven all the way here to be involved, absorb the atmosphere of what it's like to be in chambers. And I grapple with how much we're going to spend on these. Some of these are nice to haves, and we're not acknowledging the struggles that our community have asked us to address for some time now. And I know when I'm not well enough to drive here and I zoom in, I literally get the back of everybody's heads. It's not really the best image. I will get my hairdresser to work on that, but I don't know if anyone else can. I wonder, like, I get the courtesy boards because I know I'm the first person to wear a dress in here, and it's probably not the best for the guys across the other side of the room. So I support that, but a bit of cloth probably would suffice. I just think there's a lot of really nice things in here that, I'd prefer to have a chair that doesn't kill my back. And I know that you've personally addressed that with me. However, I would probably start an escalator of many other people saying, well, they wanted a particular seat as well. So I'm refraining from that option. I don't even think I can foreshadow anything on here other than, yes, I'd like to be able to plug my laptop in because the battery doesn't hold and not have somebody behind me tripping over. I'd like to be able to see the person behind me because when someone spoke today, like I said, I didn't even know who that was. And I don't think these things actually address any of those. So, I mean, yes, it does address plugging in my laptop, but for what it's worth, I don't support it. But I do appreciate you trying.
Damned with frank praise. Councillor Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first comment on this is that we have a sensitive spend policy, as I understand it. My expectation is the management manage that. While I've got similar concerns to you, Dave, about expenditure, I have no intention of looking at the list. That's a decision for management to prudently advise the board. We spend, I would suggest, and I haven't worked out the numbers yet, but on plant and equipment, technology and systems, we're spending a lot of money. And so, from my perspective, I'd rather look at the big ticket numbers and address those. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kinnemont.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I support Councillor Woods and Councillor Walker here. No surprise. But I am concerned, time and time again, I've heard of people sitting in the public area there, then they can't hear. And we've heard from Councillor Walker yet again, yet nothing like that is put in here into this report. Could we please at least address it and have someone sit down there when the meeting's on and let them listen to what it's like? And it's actually very poor sound quality down there. So I'd like an undertaking, if I can, if we could review that.
Steve?
It was a statement more than it was a question, but so absolutely we can. I've been made aware once of poor sound quality at the back of this room. It was about 3 or 4 meetings ago where we had a blip in our audiovisual setup. When we corrected in the break, I went back and I spoke to the women who were sitting, a group of women who were sitting at the back. I spoke to them and said, "Can you hear now?" And they said, "Yes, much better." That's the only representation that I've had that the noise back there is the audio back there is not good enough. But absolutely, we can move these speakers back in the room and alter it. It's not included in any of the line items here.
Sometimes it's actually quite hard even to hear up here, because if people do this and start to talk to other people and then they do this and then they go and talk to that person over there, it's actually quite hard to hear. So part of this is just how we utilise our microphones, because when you're speaking into it, I noticed this morning when Doug Hattersley was speaking, like he would turn to talk to the person or to whoever had asked the question, and then at that point the sound does become quite hard to hear. So I think it's important that some of these things are within our control, and for zero cost and a small amount of concentration, we can ensure that people can hear better at the back of the room. So, sorry for missing the first part of this, but I take it someone's moved all of the items. What did you say about items? So 1 and 2 are just not there because they have 0 attached to them. Okay, and you've moved the balance. Okay.
You're sitting at 1 and 2.
Thank you, Councillor Galley, then Councillor Greening.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. I have to, on a matter of principle, having campaigned for months on watching every dollar that's spent inside council, I would find it very, very difficult to then turn around and vote for expenditure which I don't think is essential. So that's simple.
It's going to be fascinating as we go through the 10-year plan and all the things that the $5,000s and $3,000s, $7,000 and $10,000 is that we, want to spend a significant amount of time discussing. Councillor Greening.
Yeah, I just wanted to get some detail around how these. Well, first of all, the carpets. What's the EUL on the carpet then? Is it overdue or is it still got 6 years of life left in it? What's the planned replacement time for the carpet tiles?
I can't answer that specific question. It has been in this chamber for as long as I have, and that's 6 years. And I would suggest, looking at the state of it, several years longer than that. But I don't actually know that it's EUL. Mayor King might know. It might have even come in with him in 1992.
The carpet has greyed about the same amount as I have over time, but actually, it doesn't look much more worn than me. My personal view is the last 2 things I would do on that list are the carpet. I don't really give a monkeys about the red carpet on the wall, quite frankly, or the carpet on the floor. But the list of things that are specifically about improving the communication, just ensuring it's a comfortable space to work, the PowerPoints, I think that kind of all machinery things that, quite frankly, I would have thought someone would have just done if there's a budget available and we would have turned up one day and they're all here. The carpet and the stuff on the wall, I'd flag that away tomorrow. I don't think there's any point in doing any of that, frankly. It's kind of entirely unnecessary, but
yep, cool.
We'll get to that when we get to the.
Yep. Just one other thing: the privacy panels above desk level, I think priced up 4.2. What are they to look like? Because I haven't seen any illustration of what they are. Are they between councillors, at the back of councillors, at the front of councillors?
No, they're in the. So there's more than 2 of them. I think we've actually scoped for 10. Basically, a privacy panel goes in front and above the desk, and serves 2 purposes. It provides some privacy for councillors who are working behind them, and it also affords the councillors who are sitting on my right a little bit more privacy, because we're going to put them on the front of the desks that are there for staff. And so that will also provide more privacy from that perspective.
So it's not for elected members, it's for staff members, because it says elected.
No, it's for both. If you listen to the answer to the question, it's on both the desks
that
councillors sit at and the desks that staff sit at, which are now placed behind councillors on the left-hand side of the chamber, or the right-hand side if you happen to be appearing from Wellington.
So, well, actually, I'm not, but anyway, we'll leave that aside. Thanks for the little dig there, Tim. So what is the breakup then between elected members and staff for these panels? Because I don't think we need panels in front of us. I think that's fine. Behind or in front of staff who are behind councillors, some councillors might want to share an opinion there, but how much of a cost would those panels be?
If you look at
because there's only a couple of desks currently sitting behind councillors at the moment.
So I can answer your question quite easily. If you look at 6.4 and you look at the table, item 4 is privacy panels above desks for council table elected members, $4,203. Item 5, privacy panels above desks for council table staff, 3 at $1,177.95.
Yeah, that's
exclusive.
Yeah, so that's what I thought. I didn't think they were together. So I thought the 4.2 was just for councillors. I don't think we need those, do we? We just need them for the council table behind councillors.
We've got that is entirely an opinion that you are welcome to have, and thank you for sharing it. So we'll now move on. Councillor McNamara.
Yeah, just a question in relation to, seeing as we got wish lists as well. Extending the desks that way a bit, so we got a bit more room. So when there's like community boards or everybody in attendance, there's actually room, because at the moment it's quite tight, and we're missing Councillor Greening and our community board members.
So we put the furniture in for a trial. We had a trial. On the basis of that, I put together this paper so that we can invest in what we've got here using the furniture that we've currently got without buying any new furniture. Yes, I'm sure we can push them down that way. One of the things that we wanted to achieve was that there was more opportunity for people in the public gallery. So we didn't have staff sitting between the public gallery and elected members, but also so that there was a sufficient gap, because in the previous training we had some issues where members of the public were too close to elected members. So we can deal with all of that, and I can put another desk in. We've got all of the furniture that we currently own that I'm aware of that can give us this kind of configuration. We might have to play with that and buy some more if that's what elected members want.
Hence the reason we have joint council meetings at Nelson City Council, who have a vast chamber with all sorts of wonderful things and plenty of desks and an elevated public forum and all those other good things. So one way of resolving this, just agree with Mayor Smith and we can all move in there. That'll solve the problem in one and well fell swoop. We are at risk of spending an inordinate amount of time on what is relatively small sum of money in the grandiose scheme of things. And if we spend this amount of time on every small sum of money in the next 6 months, we're never going to get out of this chamber. So we have a motion. I know I'm aware there's a wide range of opinions. Again, my personal view is I would not spend the $20,000 on the carpet and the wall carpet. Yeah, I know it's not perfect, but I'd rather amend the resolution. I'd prefer to do that with the agreement of the mover and seconder, if they were willing to consider that, because I genuinely think the stuff about the microphones, the batteries, the privacy panels, the audio is absolutely the thing that we need to do. The other two things I just don't think are necessary. So if the mover and seconder were willing to amend the resolution to stop at item, gosh, whatever it is, 9. I don't know who the mover and seconder were. And now I'll come to Councillor Neubauer.
Yeah, could I, as a seconder, could I just ask a question about what you said about the red panels, that you said that they're a dust problem? What actually is the problem with the red?
Just that they're fluffy material and they collect dust. It's fluffy material and it collects dust. Yeah, but the reason for wanting to replace them, or it's actually cover them up, is for sound insulation.
Yeah,
there is an additional issue in there, in that they gather and collect.
So dust. There is a reason. Yeah.
I'll leave the mover and seconder.
Look, I'm a little bit in the same camp as Councillor Morgan here, and scratching my head whether we're actually crossing the line here between governance and operations. I mean, seriously, are these the big ticket items, the big strategic decisions that we make as full council? Would we want to get involved in hydraulic elements fitted to our rubbish trucks and see whether there's any savings in there? I just feel like this shouldn't be our decision.
Right, thank you. I'm sure Steve's probably quite prepared to agree with you, but I do know in the past we have turned up to the chamber, seen some differences, and councillors have then said, oh my gosh, where did the budget come from? Who made that decision? So staff are in the invidious position of not being able to win on these sort of decisions. So they put it in front of us and they hope that we relatively quickly jump to a conclusion and make a decision. As it turns out, we've taken slightly longer than anticipated. However, I think we are arriving at the point where we can hopefully make a decision. So are the mover and seconder and I'm happy if you don't want to amend your resolution, and then I'll put the resolution that you currently move, but if you are willing to amend it, that may make it somewhat easier.
I'd be happy to amend if we don't do the carpet, but I think we should do the soundproofing. And that was about. So it's a compromise.
Okay, you're the mover and seconder. I'm,
yep.
you know.
Not doing
I would take the same position.
Okay. Have you noted that in the change to the resolution? All right. Yeah, Councillor Greening. And I'll look to put the resolution.
Can we also remove, because I don't think it's required, privacy panels between councillors? That seems ridiculous.
The mover and seconder have effectively altered the resolution to a degree. I'll look to put the resolution.
Will they entertain? Yeah. Will they entertain removal of the privacy, given they've entertained the carpet?
The indication is no. Councillor McNamara.
Just for clarity, which is where my original confusion was, that's an internal wall. Yes?
It's an internal wall to a public space.
Or just it says external walls. That's why originally I was thinking it was the one behind me.
Again, ironically, I don't know what the soundproof, to be honest, it massively confuses me. The only time I've really noticed an issue is when it's pissing down with rain and you can barely hear because both the roof and that, the noise comes through there. I'm not anticipating, I don't think we're insulating the roof from the heavy rainfall, but, it is what it is. The resolution is the resolution. I'd really like to get to the point where we decide whether to go with it or not. So unless there's anything further or the mover wants to write a reply, I shall put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Aye. I'll do a show of hands. Welcome to council. So, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those against?
Against.
I will do a show of hands. Please, if you're in favour, please raise your hand. Oh, no. All those against, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the resolution is lost. So someone want to move an alternate resolution? So I will move the removal of both items 6.3 and 6.4, is it?
10 and 11.
Oh, 10 and 11. Sorry, 10 and 11. Lines 10 and 11. Seconded Councillor McNamara.
Can I move an amendment?
No, please, no. Can we just move on?
Well, let's take the privacy.
Please,
you don't need
no.
them. You do not need 4.5K for privacy panels between councillors.
Just for clarification, it's not between councillors, Councillor Greening, it's in front of them.
Yeah, it's not.
Is this the lower panel?
No, a modesty panel goes below the desk.
Yes.
A privacy panel goes above the desk.
Why do you need above a desk?
If I can finish, both panels are in front of the desk. Nothing is between anything.
No, I don't support that. That's absolute waste of money.
If you wish to move an amendment, that is your
I'll move an amendment. I'll move that the upper panels with 4,500, whatever it is, are not part of the resolution, whatever number that is.
Is there a seconder?
Actually, yes, because I don't.
Yeah, great, fantastic. Thanks, Tim.
Yeah, so you can't second amendment. You're the seconder of the resolution.
I can't see.
So it lapses for a lack of a seconder. We'll come back to the substantive resolution. I'm going to put the resolution, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McNamara. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? The resolution is carried. So if you want an illustration of how challenging council decision making can be, and in my experience, we can sometimes spend some substantial amount of time on $10,000 decisions and pass multi-million-dollar decisions in the blink of an eye. That was a pretty good example.
And it's really, so thank you for the decision, but it's really, really, really important that I point out that was an approved budget for maintenance that we've just talked about. Okay, approved budget for maintenance is ordinarily an operational expense that I would just get on and do, and I do every day of my working life with technology, including making the decision to sweat the asset that you've got in front of you, the digital asset that you've got in front of you for another year.
Great.
Thank you. Point noted. Right. We are now moving on to Schedule of meetings for 2026. Kelsey and Robin, welcome. I'm hoping this will be somewhat more straightforward than the previous item. Kelsey, over to you.
Through the chair, you'll see highlighted on the screen, we've updated the mock community board meeting cycles from monthly to from 2 monthly, from 6 weekly, and also titles of the relevant joint committees. They'll be updated accordingly. We've also highlighted, to highlight, Nelson City Council approved their schedule with the proposed joint meetings today. Full day meetings have been scheduled, but once we get a better idea of how long they're taking, we can update the calendar accordingly.
And extending the time frame out to sometime in the evening.
No, the aim is, so if you're coming from Golden Bay, we'll try and get you to come over for a full day instead of half day meetings. We've also scheduled a meeting free week in the second week of the school holidays. This just provides some certainty around breaks. And we'd also like to get some feedback around meeting invites that are sent to your calendars. So we're aiming to get these all out by the end of next week. But we just want to get an idea if you want to be invited to meetings you aren't a member of. So, for example, for awareness, audit and risk, or if you only want invites sent to your calendars for meetings you are members of. Happy to take questions and love your feedback on the invites.
Okay, thanks, Kelsey. Just on the last point, you don't want us to all do that right now, do you? Or are you happy to send out something post the meeting and get people to reply to it as to whether they wish to be?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Through the chair, could I just add that on that? It would actually be sort of a general consensus if we can. We don't want to be able to do this individually for each councillor, have a choice of, I want to know about all. It's either we invite members only or we send the invitation to all.
Okay, well, that's a slightly different question. All right. So we can consider that on the way through. So you effectively want us to decide whether we want you to send out all the invites to all the meetings to all councillors or just to those that they're on.
Correct.
If they only get invites, there will still be an overall calendar of meetings that everyone can refer to and see should they choose to attend a meeting that they are not a member of.
Yes, they would be able to see that through the website.
Yep.
And they will be able to see upcoming meetings on LG Hub as they are loaded.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. I mean, just like for consistency's sake, we've got the LG and ZYEM network councillor Ho is involved with. Whereas, for example, the Wakefield School pool meeting it doesn't rate a mention. Just consistency, why we have that kind of detail for some councillors and not others, or exactly. Second, I'll ask the other one while I'm at it. Is I mean, I'm happy to approve it as it is, but the community associations, you're not correct with half of the times and dates, so it needs updating in that regard. Happy to have all the invitations sent to me.
So we'll start with that first because that should be the easiest thing to resolve. So are generally people happy to receive all the invitations and then decide whether to accept or decline them? So I'm getting the general nods. I note there's a number of shakes, but I'm working on the basis the majority of people will take, yeah, I know, Mike, I'm getting your shake. But on balance, it's going to everybody. You can determine whether or not you wish to respond or accept them or not. On the issue of community associations, because actually not only are they not necessarily correct, but they also can change from time to time without coming through us because it's their own meetings. So
through the chair, so we don't put those in. So we can follow up about them if they are incorrect in there, but we don't put those in the calendar.
somebody sent me invites to them with incorrect dates and times. We just need to, if we are going to list them, they need to be right.
Through the chair, we can follow that up, but yeah, we only put in the information that we receive from various agencies and some other staff in council liaise with, for example, the Motueka Valley Association. So we could follow up and just check that the dates that they've been given are correct.
Yeah, so I think in terms, I think it's important if they're going into our calendars, they're the correct dates and times.
Absolutely.
I'm happy for them not necessarily to be in there because it's really the ward councillors will all know when they are, when they're scheduled, what the time is.
For a brand new councillor or a returning councillor who can't remember, it's quite useful.
Yeah, no. So look, if we can get it accurate and it's included, then it is useful, but it does need to be accurate. Otherwise, it's more hindrance than help. Councillor Neubauer.
Perfect.
Councillor Woods.
I think you've answered this already, but I'm just sorry for being querying this again. Is it really hard to set up, if an individual councillor wants to be get an invitation for a particular committee that he's not part of, is it hard to set that up for 15 members? I mean, it's basically just 15 members going back, I want this, I want that, and some might not want anything changed at all. I almost imagine most of them don't. Isn't it just putting a name on a distribution list?
Through the chair, no. We have, you'll see from the calendar, we have a significant number of meetings. So the meetings that we are referring to, sending to all, will just be the council and committee meetings, not the individual little groups and things like that. It's just the main committee and meetings that you're involved in. There is a significant amount of work that is involved in creating these meetings for not only going into the calendar, but we need to do back-end work on that. We need to ensure the advertising. It takes probably a good solid week of one FTE to do this. To add to that, having to individualise would require more work again, and it's our preference not to do that.
Okay, I mean, we're obviously all capable of managing our own calendars. Once the key meetings are all scheduled in, then obviously we're all able to add or delete ourselves. Councillor Greening. Councillor Woods, then Councillor Greening.
Thank you, Tim, and through the Mayor. I have one specific question around the timing of the first Audit and Risk Committee, 10th of March. There seems to be a lot going on. Rates caps, we've done 2 delegations, management delegations and the governance delegations. Also, it's quite a way through the annual plan cycle. I'm just wondering, is it appropriate that the first meeting for Audit and Risk is that late?
Through the chair, the audit and risk meetings are heavily bound by the chair because he sits on other councils. We've gone back and forth, and these are the dates that we've landed on.
Well, that's an issue because it'd be 6 months, and we got caught with.
It's all good. It's all good, Councillor Morgan, no problem. But I'll note your name is on the list. Councillor Greening, then Councillor Morgan.
Sorry to interrupt, Paul. I thought you were just on the drive there. Yeah, happy to them to be all sent. I think, as already pointed out, one can just decline what you don't want to visit. That might be the easier way of doing it. I think that the audit committee should be meeting a little bit earlier, and if the chair can't make it, maybe it's an opportunity to revisit whether we get another chair. We should be dictating when we're having our meetings, not the chair.
Ultimately, the council does have that option. I think the key thing is probably best that the staff involved in finding. I take Councillor Woods' point. Like, it is actually quite a long way into the year, and if it is, so we have a deputy chair, also independent, is my understanding, perfectly capable of chairing meetings, I assume. Otherwise, they wouldn't be the deputy chair. So I think that can be point noted. Conversation offline with council staff responsible for that area of council, and if there's a change to be made, the calendar will be changed to reflect it.
Through the chair, just to confirm, staff have also reviewed these dates for timings.
Right, cool.
And final point, we're moving to Teams, but under the new environment, will the links to meetings include the Teams link, or are we still waiting for those to arrive 2 days before the meeting?
The Teams links will be sent out. I believe we send things out probably a week before, and they will be sent out prior to the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Greening. Is there anything further, or I'll look for a mover for the resolution, Councillor Gully? Yeah, no. It's all good. Oh, actually, if you just hold fire, because now I've jumped Councillor Morgan after telling him to get into the queue. So Councillor Morgan, then Councillor Gully.
My question was answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gully.
On the community associations, there used to be 14 in the district, and they meet annually with Tim. And for me, now I've got, say, 3 or 4 of those in my area. It's no drama for each of us who have got those community associations to keep the contact, and so you don't need to worry about it. And we put it directly into our diaries. Pretty simple. I only meet every month or 2 months.
Okay, so I'm not going to get into an argument over it. I think it is actually, there's 2 things with the community. There's 2 things with the council. I'm coming to this exactly the point I'm about to make, Councillor McNamara. There's 2 reasons that people look at our calendar, the calendar, and it is then also there's the public calendar. So people do look at our website, our calendar and stuff to find out about community meetings. It's not just us that need to attend them. So look, I think it's just something that the council staff can work on. We can get clarity from the 14 odd. There's not that many. And then once they've confirmed their dates and times, we'll just include them in the calendar for information, both for councillors and for the public.
Councillor Ellis wants to leave it.
Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. Has there been any consideration of adding the youth council meetings to the calendar? Because I know in the past I have tried to see when they're on and can't find the information terribly easily. Has that been considered?
Through the chair, yes. You'll see there's one in for January. So that then will set all the other dates for the rest of the year, and then they'll get plugged in.
Cool. Thank you, Councillor McNamara. Is there a seconder? Councillor Ellis. Anything further? All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Ooh, right. I think that's the last of the in-public meetings. So can I please have a mover to move into the confidential session? Move Councillor Mailing, seconded Councillor Kinnemont. So we will now, all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye. We still read out the why?
Oh, yes, so I can read out the why. That the public be excluded from the public parts of the proceedings of this meeting. General subject matters be considered while the public is excluded. And the specific grounds are as follows. Resolutions made in reliance on section 41A of the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act with particular interest or interest protected by section 6 and 7, which could be prejudiced by the holding of the whole or relevant part of the proceedings in public. All those in favour, please say aye.